Chapter 1687. The chaotic world was a very magical existence. There were chaotic creatures in the shape of living creatures that moved around repeatedly. Just like real living creatures, there would be life and death. A lot of chaotic heavenly lightning fell into the chaotic world, causing these living creatures to undergo slight changes. Their biological powers seemed to be increasing, but after a certain level, they were destroyed by the heavenly lightning. However, their destruction was not true destruction. Not long after, they were reborn. After rebirth, they seemed to have a different sense of spirituality. At the same time, the heavenly lightning in the chaotic world was wrapped and fused together, causing the chaotic world to occasionally flash with heavenly lightning. If Ling Xiao could see all this, he would definitely be very surprised. However, he was on the verge of a breakthrough and had no time to care about this. A lot of power kept squeezing from his meridians to his dantian. The vortex in his 5 colors dantian kept expanding, as if it had turned into a vast and infinite nebula. The sparkling and translucent light looked incomparably mysterious. At the same time, a little bit of chaotic power flowed into his sea of consciousness and blended with his 5-colored dantian, causing the 5-colored dantian to have a chaotic aura. The divine power on his divine bridge was also contaminated with the chaotic qi, causing every drop of divine power to be a bit larger than before. The power contained within it had increased a lot. At this time, the defensive light screen of the divine cauldron could no longer withstand it and was completely destroyed by the chaotic heavenly lightning. Streaks of chaotic heavenly lightning washed over the divine cauldron, causing cracks to appear on the divine cauldron once again. Ling Xiao, who was in the midst of a breakthrough, was instantly drowned by the chaotic heavenly lightning. Just as the divine obsidian cauldron was about to completely break, a 5-colored light screen came out from the divine cauldron. This 5-colored light screen was the chaotic world. It formed a world of its own and enveloped Ling Xiao and the divine cauldron, preventing Ling Xiao and the divine cauldron from being bombarded by the chaotic heavenly lightning. However, the Thunder Flood Dragon did not have such a good life. Right now, it was suffering the most painful torture. Its body was exploding again and again, but it was healing again and again. Its serpent head finally began to change. Its 2 horns gradually turned into antlers, and at the same time, dragon whiskers began to spread out. The dragon scales on its neck flickered with a different kind of divine splendor. Its head was protected by the power of the Dragon Ball, allowing it to transform here. Furthermore, this Dragon Pearl was something that Ling Xiao had obtained from the chaotic space. It had been cleansed by chaotic qi for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. The Earth Dragon that had nurtured this Dragon Pearl was already a peak existence, and its power was boundless. It was the Thunder Flood Dragon's greatest fortune to be able to absorb it. Right now, its strength was already at the advanced level 11. When it broke through, it would at least reach the peak level and become a fully deserving existence at the top of the True Dragon clan. Just as the man and beast were breaking through, the Thunder Clan's old patriarch and Lei Xiaojiang were waiting outside the Chaos Lightning Dominion. It's been almost half a month, and that kid still hasn't come out. It seems like he's already dead inside. Thunder Clan's old patriarch said. That's possible. Just now, when I got close to the Chaos Heavenly Lightning, my skin and flesh were immediately splashed open. Even I couldn't withstand it, so that kid definitely couldn't. Lei Xiaojiang agreed. Then, he asked, is there any reaction from Uncle? Thunder Clan's old patriarch shook his head and said, the Chaos Lightning Dominion's power is too dense. Even using blood essence to summon it, I can't sense it. I'm not sure if Uncle sensed it or not. As expected of the most terrifying space. If we can receive this Chaos Heavenly Lightning for cultivation, we can definitely become the strongest clan. Lei Xiaojiang sighed. Thunder Clan's old patriarch nodded and said, that's right, but even my heavenly lightning body can't withstand this power, so how can the younger generation absorb it? He paused for a moment and said, let's wait a few more days. If he doesn't come out, then he should be dead. They didn't know that in the depths of the Chaos Lightning Dominion, there was a naked young man sitting cross-legged on a thunder attribute source stone. This young man's body was covered in 5 colors, which was actually the same color as the Chaos Heavenly Lightning. His five-colored hair was extremely flamboyant, and each strand of his hair was like lightning flashing with a terrifying power. His eyes rippled with an indescribable demonic feeling. He stretched his body, and an incomparably demonic smile appeared on his face as he murmured, "How long have I slept? I didn't expect to wake up. It seems like it's time for me, Lei Zhanyang, to rule the world." This young man casually grabbed the chaos heavenly lightning in his hand. Then, after he casually kneaded it, it impressively turned into a five-colored long dagger axe. Then, a drop of his five-colored blood essence suddenly appeared and fell on the five-colored long dagger axe. Immediately, the five-colored long dagger axe underwent a shocking change. From its original illusory appearance, it actually turned into a solid form. The sword tip, the sword body, and the sword hilt all flowed with an ancient charm. A powerful aura instantly flickered, and a ray of light directly broke through the chaos heavenly lightning space. The power of this long dagger axe had already surpassed all the top-notch ancient god artifacts, exceeding the scope of everyone's imagination. Dripping blood to create something, is this my eternal power? I, Lei Zhanyang, have really reached this step. Lei Zhanyang held the long dagger axe in his hand and laughed wildly with incomparable satisfaction. In the next moment he condensed his power, and many chaos heavenly lightning wrapped around him. This power, which was known as the most terrifying in the world, was actually like gentle spring water around him. He didn't feel the slightest bit of pain, and instead, it became his protective power that he could use. In the blink of an eye, the protective power immediately formed a five-colored divine armor on his body, causing his entire person to seem as if he had truly become a mighty and extraordinary ancient god. That majestic aura instantly spread out. Looks like it's time to go out. The juniors of my clan have summoned me. I don't know what happened, but as long as I, Lei Zhanyang, am here, there won't be any problems. Lei Zhanyang muttered to himself as he stepped out of the chaos lightning territory. That piece of Genesis stone immediately flew behind him. With such a supreme being appearing, the world would once again be in turmoil. Fortunately, Ling Xiao and the Thunder Flood Dragon had broken through at the same time, so they really weren't sensed by such a supreme being. Otherwise, none of them would have been able to escape. Although that supreme being was extremely terrifying, he was too far away from Ling Xiao and the Thunder Flood Dragon. Moreover, the chaos world above Ling Xiao's head seemed to have become an independent space, isolating all external forces from the outside world. If that supreme being knew of the existence of such a mystical world, he would most likely come over immediately to collect it. It had to be said that Ling Xiao and the Thunder Flood Dragon weren't at the end of their lives yet. At the other end of the universe, there was a space of pure gold fiendish energy. This ball of pure golden baleful chi was actually drifting about. Wherever it went, many chaotic streams of energy would be destroyed by it. From time to time, it would hide in the dark space, and from time to time, it would suddenly appear. The 10,000 strands of baleful chi could kill any living creature with a single touch. All the humans who had seen this gold fiendish energy were already dead. No, it should be said that there was still one person who was still alive and well. Moreover, he was within this gold fiendish energy, drifting with it to various places in the universe. No one knew how many tens of thousands of years had passed. However, this person could be said to only have a ball of golden divine soul power left. It was as if he could already dominate this gold fiendish energy. He transformed into the face of a young man around the age of 30. He opened his mouth and inhaled, and a large amount of golden fiendish energy that was drifting about instantly gathered together. After that, they condensed and fused together, gradually transforming into a golden human figure. Tens of thousands of rays of light flickered incessantly like a peerless phenomenon, and it seemed extremely dazzling in the boundless universe. Not long after, an earth-shattering dragon roar resounded, and an enormous dragon soared up behind that human figure. It seemed especially mighty and noble. After an unknown period of time, this man and dragon gradually flashed into appearance. This person was also naked, and the muscles around his body flowed with layers of pure gold. It was as if he was made of gold, and it was especially strange. However, his exuberant vitality was real. His face was not very handsome, but it was definitely extremely resolute. His eyes flickered with a golden fiendish energy, and it was as if a casual glance could tear open a hole in the space. The golden dragon behind him was a terrifying existence that surpassed the level of the Dragon King. Its huge head was already as terrifying as several mountains, and its dragon body was actually tens of thousands of meters long. It could be said that it was like a long dragon-shaped mountain range that stretched as far as the eye could see. "Oh, old friend, we've all made it." The golden young man laughed wildly, and his entire body became hundreds of meters tall. He was like an ancient giant god, and every palm could pluck the stars and the moon, and every step could traverse the universe. This person exuded a heroic spirit that looked down on the world, and he had an unparalleled spirit. Apart from Lei Zhanyang, who was in the chaotic heavenly lightning, who else could compare to such a powerful existence? Moreover, there was an existence that was known as the primordial dragon by his side, and it could definitely sweep through the universe. He waved his hand, and the power of gold from all directions surged towards him. In the end, it wrapped around him, and then a tight-fitting golden cicada robe covered his body, vividly outlining his perfect figure. "I've been away from the clan for too long, and it's time for me to return. The Kim people will become the #1 clan in the heaven region." The young man sat on the primordial dragon and shouted with an extremely confident expression. Immediately after, the primordial dragon swung its tail and instantly rushed out of this lifeless space, shooting towards the direction of the heaven region. Its speed was simply terrifying, and the turbulence and many astral winds scattered to the sides in advance. There were some rare divine objects in the surroundings, and they were all collected by the young man. Chapter 1688. At the end of the Western Territory Road was a space of pure darkness. A massive black vortex spun rapidly here all year round. Anyone who got sucked into this black vortex couldn't get out. However, today, a massive black hand quietly extended from this vortex. This giant black hand was abnormally skinny, but it was incomparably huge. It was like a vast expanse of water, and the fingernails on its fingers were terrifyingly sharp like scythes. Some level 11 crows flying fast didn't know what was going on. They were pulled into the black hole in just a blink of an eye. In just a blink of an eye, only a few feathers were left. After a while, a black shadow suddenly walked out of the black vortex. This shadow gradually appeared. He wore a black robe and a cloak. He looked like a floating black mist that hid his appearance. However, two deep blue divine lights were dancing around him. The moment he came out, he turned around and lightly struck out with his palm. A big black palm suddenly appeared and directly slapped towards the most mysterious black hole. That black hole seemed to have the ability to sense him. The vortex sped up. Its corrosive power could turn any incipient God realm expert into ashes in just a blink of an eye. Boom. However, this black hole was forcefully cracked open by this black palm. Millions of miles of space in the vicinity trembled in an instant. Countless black mists splashed in all directions. Then, the black hole actually collapsed just like that. At the same time, an earth-shaking tiger roar arose. This tiger roar was filled with the deep prestige of a king. It had the aura that could command tens of thousands of beasts, which made people raise their eyebrows. A black tiger suddenly walked out. There was an awe-inspiring king character on its forehead, and two snow-white fangs were exposed in front of its mouth, making it look extremely bloodthirsty and fierce. Its entire body of black fur was like a divine needle, and a pair of thin wings gently waved, accompanied by the appearance of a black vortex. This black tiger wasn't big. It looked like an ordinary low-level tiger. However, no one knew that it was a black demon tiger king at the ancient realm. The figure leaped onto the black tiger and lightly patted its forehead. "Let's go. It's time to go back and clear some obstacles." In an instant, the man and the tiger disappeared from this place where there was no daylight. In the light space of the Eastern Region Road, there was a place called the Light Palace. There were 8 incipient godstones of light class guarding this place, constantly sending light original chi to the divine palace of light. Countless winged ones were worshipping from afar. Their expressions were extremely sincere as they stared at the statue at the top of the Temple of Light, as if they were expecting something. God bless our Holy Father of Light. A winged person who was already at the pinnacle of the supreme level said faintly. Following that, countless winged ones shouted in unison, God bless the Holy Father of Light. The voices were like Sanskrit chants that could purify and impact the souls of others. At the same time, beams of light power shot toward the Temple of Light. Suddenly, the Temple of Light flashed with sparkling white light, as if white silk was twirling around it. The other 8 incipient godstones of light also bloomed with light at the same time, and a large amount of original chi surged toward the 100-meter-tall statue at the top of the Temple of Light like rain. A large amount of light power formed a sticky, moist original chi that completely poured into the statue. This space was immediately filled with all the light power, and all the winged ones felt blessed. Many of them actually made breakthroughs at this moment. Suddenly, a vast, pure white light descended from the sky, and an incomparably sacred aura rippled in all directions. A crisp sound rang out from the statue, and the statue automatically cracked open. At the same time, a large amount of light power surged toward the statue. This power formed a storm that gathered at the top of the Temple of Light. Countless beams of white light enveloped the light space, making it extremely sacred and vast. It was so dazzling that everyone could hardly open their eyes. Suddenly, 24 pairs of wings extended from the top of the Temple of Light. These 24 pairs of wings were pure white like light. Every single feather was filled with a crystalline snow-white light, and they rippled with circles of boundless ripples, causing the sky above the 9 heavens to distort. The Light Supreme Pontiff has appeared. The Light Supreme Pontiff has appeared. God bless our God race. Welcome, Light Supreme Pontiff. Someone from the winged ones shouted excitedly. Then, countless winged ones followed suit and shouted, Welcome, Light Supreme Pontiff. Welcome, Light Supreme Pontiff. Welcome, Light Supreme Pontiff. The voices filled the light space, causing all the winged ones to fall into a state of worship. After an unknown amount of time, all the light power in this space was swept away. The statue on the top of the Temple of Light had disappeared, and what gathered was a strange man with 24 wings. This man was as handsome as a woman, with an angelic halo above his head. He wore a devilish smile on his face, and his eyes flashed with a condescending light. He held the divine scepter of light in his hand, giving off an arrogant feeling. My people, all of you rise. The man said with a voice that sounded like a woman's. The winged ones who were kneeling rose and fell like a rising tide. They all stood up, but they still held their chests, their eyes full of respect and worship. Light is the eternal power of this world. It is the ruler of all lives. I will lead you to rule this universe. Are you willing to follow me? The man said with a fanatical face. Many winged ones said sincerely, We swear to follow the Light Supreme Pontiff to our deaths. In the northernmost part of the profound sky region, the absolute cold dead land, one of the 8 great forbidden lands, this place was a vast expanse of ice mountains and lakes. The terrifying cold air swirled unceasingly here, bringing with it an absolutely cold aura that frightened people. Even a King God Realm expert couldn't get rid of the extreme cold aura that entered the body. Wild beasts at level 11 often came and went here. It was even rumored that the divine beast Black Tortoise lived under this ice lake. This was its territory. Even incipient God Realm experts didn't dare to enter this place as they were afraid of enraging the divine beast Black Tortoise. In many of the 10,000-year-old ice mountains, one could occasionally see frozen humans who had been turned into ice sculptures. They were people who wanted to cultivate here or search for divine items with ice or water attributes. However, in the end, they were frozen into ice sculptures. They couldn't escape and died. In this absolute cold dead land, a place where few people and beasts could live, there was a huge lake. Suddenly, something strange happened. The surface of the lake that had been frozen into ice crystals suddenly cracked open. This crack became bigger and bigger. In the end, it split into a 10,000-meter-wide pit. Waves of ice shot up into the sky, bringing with them a terrifying shockwave. Shocking explosions scattered the 10,000-meter-long ice water, making it look extraordinarily beautiful. Then, bubbles floated on the surface of the lake. It seemed like something was about to emerge from the lake. Boom! Another shocking explosion arose. A black shadow as big as a mountain rushed out of the lake, causing the lake water to splash non-stop. An earth-shattering roar of a beast rang out, shattering all the ice crystals in the surrounding lakes. When the mist gradually dispersed, a giant tortoise appeared in front of them. This giant tortoise was extremely huge. The tortoise shell on its body was unusually thick. On the tortoise shell, there were many shell scars that looked like mysterious formations that crisscrossed each other. This tortoise's head was different from the other tortoises. This tortoise's head had a terrifyingly domineering aura. Its mouth was constantly hissing. Waves of water shot up to the sky like heavenly pillars. Surprisingly, this was one of the 9 legendary divine beasts, the divine beast black tortoise. Moreover, it was a terrifying existence at the peak of level 11. No one knew how many tens of thousands of years it had been sleeping. Today, it suddenly woke up, which made all the primordial divine beasts living in this absolute cold dead land shiver in fear. On the back of this divine beast black tortoise sat a stunning beauty. She stood in her green clothes, not even a drop of water could be seen. Her facial features were as if they were carved from heaven, carrying a cold aura. That exquisite and well-proportioned figure was especially alluring. She was like a moon fairy, standing on the back of the black tortoise, looking especially perfect. The green-robed woman patted the black tortoise's back and said, "Grandpa Black Tortoise, let's go to the front. I want to see my junior sister." The black tortoise did not say anything. It quickly moved its huge body to an iceberg that had not melted for 100,000 years. All the primordial sacred beasts near the ice mountain were terrified. They all prostrated themselves on the ice crystal, as if they were courtiers meeting their king. "Senior sister, I've come out of seclusion." The green-robed woman called out to the iceberg. Her clear and beautiful voice reverberated around the area, making it seem especially quiet and cold. After a while, the green-robed woman frowned and muttered to herself, "Did senior sister leave in advance?" Just as she was about to leave, there was a shocking explosion somewhere in the iceberg. Many pieces of ice flew out, and a figure soared into the sky. It was also a beautiful woman. She was dressed in a white robe that was as white as ice. Her face was as cold as snow, and her entire body was filled with an extremely chilly aura, which made people feel that they should stay away from her. "Senior sister, you're finally out. I've been waiting for you for a long time." The white-robed woman was overjoyed to see the green-robed woman. "Yes, it took me a long time to break through. Congratulations, junior sister, you've reached the pinnacle of the God-King realm. You're only one step away from the supremacy stage." The green-robed woman flew up and took the white-robed woman's hand happily. "I'm very satisfied to have reached this step, unlike you, senior sister. You've reached the supremacy stage in one step. You'll be able to help your husband in the future." The white-robed woman smiled. Chapter 1689. You know my husband. After so many years, will he still be at the same place? I'm afraid his current strength is much higher than ours. The woman in green sighed. Thinking back to when they were young, that figure had always been working hard to catch up to her realm. Now, it was the other way around. It was her who was catching up to his realm. The woman in white nodded. "You're right. My husband can't be looked at with ordinary people's eyes. Let's not talk about it anymore. We've been out for who knows how many years. It's time to go back. Otherwise, my husband and the other sisters will be worried." The woman in green said, "Yes, it's time to go back. I really miss my husband, senior sister Yao, my master and the other sisters." The woman in white replied. Then she looked at the black tortoise behind the woman in green and said, "Is this the turtle you subdued? It looks so similar to the black tortoise." "Hee, it's not a turtle. It's the black tortoise. If it wasn't for it, I might not have been able to reach this step." The woman in green said confidently. "Really, no wonder it's so mighty and huge. Is it going to go out with us?" The woman in white revealed an expression of incomparable envy. Yes, Grandpa Black Tortoise has slept for too long. He wants to go out for a walk. The woman in green said, "That's great. It seems that I also need to find an even more powerful sacred beast to protect me." The woman in white said excitedly, "Junior sister, you can choose here. Grandpa Black Tortoise will help you settle it. It's very easy." The woman in green said, "All right then, let's go. It's time to leave this damned place." The woman in white said. At this time, the two women got on the back of the black tortoise and began to leave the forbidden area. If Ling Xiao was here, he would definitely discover that these two women were the wives he had found before, Yun Mingqi and Bing Ruoshui. With the passage of time, 2 years passed by in a flash. In the primal chaos lightning domain, endless 5-colored lightning descended day and night. The Thunder Clan's patriarch and Lei Xiaojiang, who had been waiting outside the primal chaos lightning domain, had long since left. Within the primal chaos lightning domain, there was a small space that was supported by the power of the primal chaos world. There were species condensed from primal chaos chi moving about. They didn't have any life force, but they seemed to be alive, which was very magical. Apart from them, there was another person sitting inside a black cauldron. His entire body shone with 5 different colors. 5 different little dragons roared around him, adding to his noble presence. He was Ling Xiao, who had been forced into this chaotic lightning domain. Right now, his aura was steadily rising, and the little dragon beside him was gradually growing larger. After a while, they all rushed out of their divine sense and entered the primal chaos world. Their bodies grew much larger, and they raised their heads to the sky and roared. They gave off a solid aura, and it was difficult to tell if they were alive or not by looking at them with one's own flesh. All the energy in Ling Xiao's body gathered on the bridge, while the soul force in his sea of consciousness flowed into the bridge at the same time. Strands of chaotic force seeped in as well. The 3 powers gathered together, condensing into droplets of 5-colored divine force. With the birth of many divine powers, the divine bridge shone brightly, and its power increased rapidly. After being compressed many times, all the divine power erupted at the same time like a volcano, instantly shooting up into the sky. The power was majestic, and the divine power surged. Ling Xiao's level of holding his neck and rushing forward completely broke through. The cauldron shook violently from the powerful force. Wave after wave of 5-colored energy spewed out from the mouth of the cauldron. After a long time, Ling Xiao rushed out of the cauldron. His 5-colored divine power formed a glazed body. Rays of light shot out in all directions, and the 5 true dragons circled and roared. The supreme might of an emperor was displayed. I've finally broken through to the advanced level. Ling Xiao laughed excitedly. He could feel the majestic divine power in his body. Every move he made felt like he had the power to rule the heavens. Although his divine soul had long reached the advanced level, the feeling was different from when his real body reached the advanced level. If his divine soul was at the same level as his real body, Ling Xiao believed that his divine soul would not be a match for his real body. Although his flesh and divine soul were extraordinary, he was still using a divine soul. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao's accumulation of soul power, his divine soul could not be stronger than his real body. Now that his real body reached the advanced level, his divine soul also absorbed the power of the 7-soul demonic flower and recovered to its original state. Not only that, it became even more perfect. After all, anyone's divine soul would benefit from a breakthrough and receive a certain degree of enhancement. Ling Xiao originally had the talent of heavy soul. Naturally, he also benefited a lot. If Ling Xiao's divine soul strength had just reached the peak of divine soul, then his current state was the small perfection realm. He was already only a step away from the great perfection realm. If Ling Xiao's divine soul strength improved a little more, or absorbed more divine souls, then he could truly reach the great perfection realm. The great perfection realm was comparable to peak existences like the Thunder Clan's patriarch and Lei Xiaogang. Now that his small perfection realm had erupted with 70 times his combat power, he was comparable to a great perfection realm expert. He was truly qualified to compete with them without being defeated. In addition to that, his storm movement technique could be used to the extreme. It shouldn't be a problem for him to fight 1 against 2. There definitely wouldn't be another incident like 2 years ago where his divine soul exploded. Now, Ling Xiao was unprecedentedly confident. Right now, he couldn't wait to go out and fight a few hundred rounds with the Thunder Clan's patriarch and the others. With my strength, it should be enough to sneak into the Thunder space and steal the Genesis Stone. Ling Xiao confidently muttered to himself. After a pause, he said, "That's right, why didn't I get attacked by the Primal Chaos Heavenly Lightning?" Ling Xiao looked up and exclaimed, "How did the Primal Chaos Heavenly Lightning come out? It can actually block the violent Primal Chaos Heavenly Lightning. No, not block, but fused with the power of the Primal Chaos Heavenly Lightning. What's going on?" Ling Xiao couldn't believe the scene in front of him. He suspected that his eyes were playing tricks on him. However, the truth was right in front of him. He had no choice but to believe it. The Primal Chaos World, Primal Chaos Heavenly Lightning. Could it be that the creatures of this world can only become true living beings by adding in all sorts of primordial energies? Chaos is originally the power of the 5 elements, and legend has it that it is the foundation of creation. However, there are also the 4 rare powers of wind, thunder, darkness, and light. Do they need these 4 powers to transform? Ling Xiao seemed to have grasped some kind of enlightenment, giving him a sense of direction that he had never thought of before. After an unknown period of time, Ling Xiao's eyes turned from confused to complicated before finally becoming clear again. Yes, it must be like this. The 5 elements create things, but wind and thunder can cause living things to feel the changes of the seasons, and darkness and light can be divided into day and night, causing living things to live and die. This is the true power of creation. Ling Xiao shouted excitedly. Now that this chaotic world has the power of the 5 elements, wind and lightning, I'm only missing the darkness and light attributes. Maybe I can truly create an eternal miracle. The more Ling Xiao thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. He couldn't wait to collect the other 2 powers. Right? This chaotic world came out to block the Primal Chaos Heavenly Lightning for me. How should I take it back? If I take it back, will the Primal Chaos Heavenly Lightning kill me? Ling Xiao was in a difficult position. At this time, a series of dragon roars sounded from not far away, causing the nearby Primal Chaos Heavenly Lightning to roll away in all directions. Oh, I almost forgot about this guy. Ling Xiao slapped the back of his head. Suddenly, a huge true dragon that was mainly purple in color shot over from a certain direction. Its dragon head was majestic, and its body was long and slender. Its dragon armor flickered incessantly, and its dragon claws were huge and fierce. Its dragon tail swayed non-stop, and bolts of primal chaos heavenly lightning surrounded it. This was the Thunder Flood Dragon that had successfully evolved into a true dragon divine beast. It could now be called the Thunder Dragon, or the Primal Chaos Thunder Dragon. It mainly used heavenly lightning, but after 2 years of baptism by Primal Chaos Heavenly Lightning, its body contained the most terrifying power of Primal Chaos Heavenly Lightning, which allowed it to become the Supreme Dragon King. But now, its strength had already taken a huge leap, directly reaching the peak of the 11th level, which was a whole 2 small levels higher. Coupled with its might as a divine beast, even pinnacle experts like the Lei clan's old clan leader and Lei Xiaojiang would have to retreat if they encountered it. Ling Xiao looked at the mighty Primal Chaos Heavenly Lightning, and he thought of the Golden Dragon King and the Peak Ice Dragon that was born from a 100,000-year-old iceberg. This was obviously a peak existence. It was just that he didn't know which one was stronger. He couldn't say for sure. "Boss, are you all right?" The Primal Chaos Thunder Dragon rushed to the vicinity of the chaotic world and shouted at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao shook his head and replied, "I'm fine. Wait outside, don't come in." This chaotic world could block the Primal Chaos Heavenly Lightning. Who knew if there were other destructive forces that could block the Primal Chaos Thunder Dragon? Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the Primal Chaos Thunder Dragon paced back and forth outside. "Boss, I'm not afraid of the Primal Chaos Heavenly Lightning here. If you come out, I can take you away. As for those humans who chased after us, I'll teach them a lesson. And don't worry, we'll be able to kill our way back soon." Ling Xiao nodded and replied. Then, he began to think about how to retrieve this chaotic world. The primal chaos world entered my sea of consciousness on its own, Ling Xiao murmured to himself. Now, can I sense it and take it back? Then he shouted, take it back. Suddenly, Ling Xiao's voice rang out. Suddenly, the chaotic world shrank into a ball of 5-colored energy and poured into the top of Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao only felt dizzy, as if this energy was forcefully shoved into his head, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. When the chaotic world was completely destroyed, the majestic primal chaos heavenly lightning instantly struck down from above. Just as the primal chaos heavenly lightning was about to strike Ling Xiao's head, the primal chaos thunder dragon roared and swept its dragon tail across, creating a vacuum, protecting Ling Xiao from the primal chaos heavenly lightning. Chapter 1690. After the chaotic world entered his sea of consciousness, Ling Xiao felt much better. Why can't these powers increase my power? Ling Xiao asked in puzzlement. If he could use these powers, he would have an earth-shattering power that could destroy the world. However, he had already figured out a few things. His divine power was already tainted with the power of primal chaos, causing his foundation to be much more terrifying than ordinary people. Moreover, the power he could use would also increase by several times. He should be satisfied. Moreover, he could control this chaotic world at will, which was a big gain. In this primordial lightning area, it can assimilate the primordial lightning. In other different spaces, maybe it will have the same effect. After collecting the 9 powers, I wonder if the little thing inside will become a real living creature. Ling Xiao guessed. Now, he didn't have time to think about these things. He had to leave this place as soon as possible. The primordial thunder dragon's body flickered with a powerful protective light, which isolated the primordial lightning. It carried Ling Xiao on its body and prepared to escort Ling Xiao out of this place. However, Ling Xiao suddenly thought of something else. He said to the primordial thunder dragon, "Don't rush out yet. Let's take a look inside." The primordial thunder dragon didn't ask anything. After a roar, it dived deep inside. They were originally at the edge of the primordial thunder territory. Now they were heading deeper. The power in every part of the primordial thunder territory was almost the same. Even if they went deeper, the violent primordial lightning was also very dense. After all, every place was so terrifying. How much more terrifying could it be? That would be too unreasonable. The reason why Ling Xiao didn't want to leave immediately was not because he was afraid of the 2 Thunder Clan Supremes, but because he wanted to find the primordial stone. If the primordial stone didn't form in the primordial thunder territory, then there wouldn't be any other place. However, the primordial thunder territory was extremely vast. It was many times larger than those continents. It depended on whether he could find it or not. Ling Xiao sat on the primordial thunder dragon and wandered around for 2 months. Besides the boundless primordial lightning, he didn't find anything else. He couldn't help but feel slightly discouraged because he didn't know when he'd reach the end of this search. On this day, when Ling Xiao was bored, he thought of his 2 divine artifacts, the Ice and Fire Sword and the Golden Dragon Spear. What if I refine them with the help of the Primal Chaos Heavenly Lightning? Ling Xiao muttered to himself. However, he quickly dispelled this thought. He was afraid that these 2 divine artifacts would be completely destroyed by the chaotic heavenly lightning as soon as they appeared. By the way, I can collect some chaotic heavenly lightning. When the time comes, I can collect the top materials and slowly temper them. It shouldn't be a problem. Ling Xiao thought of another idea and used the obsidian cauldron to collect some chaotic heavenly lightning. At the same time, he also thought about how terrifying the chaotic heavenly lightning was. If it was used to fight against an enemy, it would definitely be able to destroy the body and soul of any enemy. The obsidian cauldron was a top divine artifact. If it was attacked by the chaotic heavenly lightning here, it wouldn't be able to withstand it and would crack. However, it wouldn't be a problem to put a part of it into its space. However, just as he was collecting the chaotic heavenly lightning in an area, a colorful stone appeared in that area. This stone was mainly purple with other colors as support. After being cleansed by the chaotic heavenly lightning, it didn't explode. Instead, it could absorb the power of the chaotic heavenly lightning. This big stone was the Thunder Primordial Stone that Ling Xiao had been searching for day and night. This wasn't an ordinary Thunder Genesis stone. It was a Thunder Genesis stone that contained chaotic energy. The primordial Thunder Dragon also discovered its existence. It immediately roared and rushed over, wanting to swallow it immediately. Ling Xiao hurriedly exclaimed, "Don't swallow it. That's the primordial stone I'm looking for." The primordial Thunder Dragon paused in front of the primordial stone and said, "Boss, if I swallow it, I will definitely become stronger. It suits my power. Move aside. It's a big waste for you to swallow it," Ling Xiao said snappily. As he was about to take the primordial stone, there was a sudden movement nearby. A strange beast roar resounded. All of a sudden, the Genesis Source Stone was struck by a chaotic lightning strike and sent flying in a direction. "Oh, there's a holy beast here? It must be the most powerful existence," Ling Xiao said in astonishment. The primordial Thunder Dragon was dissatisfied. It was already in its mouth. How could it let other beasts snatch it from its mouth? It roared and dashed in that direction with Ling Xiao. Its terrifying speed could only be described as extreme. The primordial Thunder Dragon directly scattered the chaotic heavenly lightning. However, the holy beast that took the primordial stone was also extremely fast. Even if the primordial Thunder Dragon chased after it at full speed, it still couldn't catch up with it. Ling Xiao was also surprised. He knew that the primordial chaos holy beast that could survive in this place was definitely not ordinary. However, he didn't expect it to have a speed that could be compared to the primordial Thunder Dragon. "I'm afraid we will have a fierce battle if we catch up with it," Ling Xiao squinted and mumbled to himself. The primordial Thunder Dragon was obviously enraged. It had just transformed into the supreme primordial Thunder Dragon. Now, even an unknown beast dared to provoke it. It was unforgivable. Suddenly, the primordial Thunder Dragon's power increased more than 10 times. Its speed increased again, and its aura became even more terrifying. In just a few blinks of an eye, the primal Chaos Thunder Dragon had finally caught up with the Saint Beast that had taken the Genesis Stone. A dragon roar reverberated across 1,000,000 miles, shattering the primal Chaos Heaven lightning. The unknown holy beast in front of it was startled. It was shaken and rolled away. The primordial stone also got out of its control and fell in another direction. "Take the primordial stone first," Ling Xiao immediately shouted in surprise. The primordial Thunder Dragon sucked in a large amount of chaotic heavenly lightning. The primordial stone was also sucked and flew towards it. However, the unknown primordial chaos holy beast finally snatched the primordial stone. It was also a terrifyingly huge body that dashed towards the primordial Thunder Dragon. Ling Xiao finally saw what kind of holy beast it was. He was shocked and said, "Is this a thunder snake? No, why does it look like a thunder crocodile? It seems to be a combination of a thunder snake and a thunder crocodile with the chaotic heavenly lightning. This should be a thunder snake crocodile with the ancient desolate bloodline. Moreover, it was a chaos snake crocodile with the power of chaotic heavenly lightning. Its strength was not weaker than the primordial Thunder Dragon. Its body was 10,000 meters long. Its head was like a snake's, but its body was like a crocodile's. It had crocodile scales and crocodile claws. Its back was full of spikes, which made it look extremely ferocious. It dashed towards the primordial Thunder Dragon. Its aggressive appearance was really powerful. Before it arrived, Ling Xiao had already put away the Thunder Primordial Stone. The primordial Thunder Dragon was not willing to be outdone. It also dashed towards the primordial Snake Crocodile. Their powerful bodies directly collided. Bang bang! It was as if millions of forces were colliding. Many chaotic heavenly lightnings' power surged in all directions. The collision between the two holy beasts was really terrifying. Any ordinary supreme being or holy beast that came close would be smashed into pieces. Ling Xiao, who was sitting on the primordial Thunder Dragon, could feel the terrifying power. He was a little scared, afraid that he would be thrown out of the primordial Thunder territory again. The primordial thunder dragon's body and the primordial snake crocodile's body were entangled. All kinds of fierce claws were clawing at each other. Scales were flying everywhere, and beast blood was everywhere. Roars and howls rang out incessantly in this place. The primordial snake crocodile's body was actually not weaker than the primordial thunder dragon's. It was able to fight the primordial thunder dragon to the death and was not at a disadvantage. After all, it was a creature that had been living in the chaotic heavenly lightning for a long time. Its body had been cleansed to the point of perfection. Unless it was a top-grade ancient divine weapon, it would not be able to hurt it. If the primordial thunder dragon had not reached its peak, it would not have been able to withstand the primordial snake crocodile's attack. Furious Claw. The primordial thunder dragon was extremely angry. It was a dignified divine beast, but it could not suppress this low-level holy beast. It could not help but exhale the power of the Dragon Ball. Its power instantly increased dozens of times. Its dragon might spread in all directions, and its body became bigger. Its dragon claws furiously clawed at the primordial snake crocodile. Ding ding! A large amount of the primordial snake crocodile's scales were clawed off. Long bloody marks appeared instantly, and deep bones could be seen. It was so painful that it roared continuously. The primordial snake crocodile resisted. Its snake head bit the primordial thunder dragon's body, but it could not break through the primordial thunder dragon's defense. Instead, it was swept away by the primordial thunder dragon. The primordial thunder dragon obviously did not want to give up just like that. It swung its dragon tail, caught up with the primordial snake crocodile, and bit its neck. A battle between beasts would usually be a battle of pure physical strength. The primordial thunder dragon's power increased exponentially. Finally, it completely suppressed the primordial snake crocodile and gained the upper hand. Not bad. There is still a little bit of dragon might left. Ling Xiao praised. If the primordial thunder dragon was suppressed or tied with the primordial snake crocodile, it would really disappoint Ling Xiao. However, this shout from Ling Xiao attracted disaster. The primordial snake crocodile was obviously starting to be afraid. It wanted to get rid of the primordial thunder dragon's attack, but it seemed a little powerless. However, it suddenly heard Ling Xiao's voice, and it started to attack Ling Xiao. It could be seen that it endured the pain of being attacked by the primordial thunder dragon, and its snake head actually pounced towards Ling Xiao's position to bite. That deep mouth was filled with bloodthirst. Those fangs carried a sharp aura, and accompanied by the power of the primordial thunder, swallowed from the air. If ordinary people encountered such a terrifying snake mouth, they would be so scared that their legs would turn to jelly. But no matter what, Ling Xiao was a powerful existence who had experienced hundreds of battles. How could he be scared? He retreated, and with a wave of his hand, a hidden weapon was thrown out. Chapter 1691. Heavenly Lightning Pellets, an invincible concealed weapon that Ling Xiao obtained from the Thunder Tribe. This was an existence that had reached the 11th level. Ling Xiao threw a few pellets into the mouth of the primal chaos snake crocodile. Rumble, rumble, rumble. That terrifying power exploded in an instant, and the snake's head was shaken by the explosion. Pieces of rotten flesh and blood flew out, and the snake's head was almost completely rotten. No matter how strong your body is, it's still as weak in the snake's mouth. You'll be blown to pieces. Ling Xiao laughed. He was almost devoured by the power. However, he had reached the advanced level and his body was very strong. Moreover, the primal chaos thunder dragon was also defending, so he was not affected. The primal chaos thunder dragon immediately bit the primal chaos snake crocodile, tearing pieces of flesh from its body. The primal chaos snake crocodile was on the verge of collapse. It was not in the mood to fight, but it could not get rid of the primal chaos thunder dragon. It could only struggle and scream. Ling Xiao was too lazy to pay attention to it. He had already obtained the Thunder Genesis Stone. This trip was not in vain. It was also time to leave this dangerous place. When the primal chaos thunder dragon was about to swallow the primal chaos snake crocodile, several beast roars rang out. Several huge figures rushed over from a direction. What? There are so many primal chaos snake crocodile. Thunder Dragon, run. Ling Xiao clearly saw the beasts rushing over. They were the same species as the primal chaos snake crocodile. Each of them had the strength of a peak expert. Boss, what are you afraid of? I can deal with them. The primal chaos thunder dragon had tasted the power of the Dragon Ball for the first time. You're not afraid, but I am. Stop talking nonsense, run. Ling Xiao scolded. The primal chaos thunder dragon could fight as much as he wanted. However, he could not. If he fell from the dragon's body, it would not be a joke. The chaos lightning dragon was unwilling to give up. It bit the head of the heavily injured chaos snake crocodile and swallowed the holy beast. Then, it swung its tail and fled into the distance. The primal chaos snake crocodiles begged for mercy from behind, attracting a large amount of primal chaos heavenly lightning towards the primal chaos lightning dragon. Fly as fast as you can, don't let them catch up. Ling Xiao felt the terrifying power coming from behind him and couldn't help but urge. The chaotic thunder dragon let out a roar, and its strength and speed skyrocketed at the same time. After an unknown period of time, Ling Xiao and the chaotic lightning dragon finally got rid of their pursuers. We've been here for quite a long time. Why have we only encountered those snake-alligator holy beasts? Could it be that this is their territory? I wonder if there are any other holy beasts. Ling Xiao thought to himself. However, he was not in the mood to stay here any longer. Even if he had other Genesis stones, he didn't want to find them. Anyway, he didn't have the Thunder class. He just needed one. Ling Xiao ordered the chaotic thunder dragon to fly out of the thunder territory. About a month and a half later, they finally got out of the most terrifying thunder territory in the world. Ling Xiao sighed with emotion. He was so lucky to be able to come out alive. Boss, should we go back and teach those humans who are chasing us a lesson? The chaotic thunder dragon said confidently. If you want to go, go by yourself. I don't have the leisure to do that. Ling Xiao said snappily. Although their strength had improved a lot, they wouldn't be as lucky as last time if they entered the Thunder territory. After all, the Thunder tribe hadn't shown their full strength last time. Moreover, Ling Xiao felt extremely guilty towards that woman. He didn't want to face her again. I hope you'll always have a good time. Ling Xiao left a sigh and flew in the same direction as the chaotic Thunder Dragon. Ling Xiao didn't know that not long after he left, a shadow clone appeared where he was standing. I felt an aura here just now. Did those chaos snake crocodiles come out? That's impossible. The phantom doppelganger muttered to itself before quickly disappearing. If Ling Xiao encountered this shadow clone, he and the chaotic thunder dragon wouldn't be able to escape death because this was the thunder battlefield that had come out of the chaos thunder territory alive. His real body was still in the thunder territory, but he sensed the commotion here. In the blink of an eye, he had sent his clone here. How heaven-defying was this skill? After all, even a peak incipient God Realm expert needed several days to fly from the Thunder territory to here. More than 2 years had passed and many things had happened inside and outside the Thunder territory. First, the #1 alchemist of the Alchemy Alliance in the Heavenly Territory fled back to the Tianyuan territory. He also invited all the Supremes in the Heavenly Territory to join the Alchemy Alliance. Whoever joined the Alchemy Alliance would be rewarded with a Supreme Divinity Pellet to strengthen the Alchemy Alliance. At the same time, the Alchemy Alliance and the Dragon Gate were the most loyal allies, and the two overlords would help each other. Not only did they have to fight against the Demon Tiger tribe and unify the Heaven Territory, but they also had to accumulate forces to deal with the Thunder Clan in outer space. The Alchemy Alliance was famous in the Heaven Territory. Of course, their appeal was amazing. Many Supremes and incipient God Realm experts joined them to strengthen their force. However, Shizongyang wasn't satisfied with just the appeal of the Heaven Territory. He used some of his connections in outer space to recruit the Supremes in outer space to expand their force. Needless to say, the Alchemy God's appeal was really strong. Moreover, he wasn't the only alchemist in the Alchemy Alliance. Many Supremes in outer space also joined them. The Alchemy Alliance's actions surprised many forces. They thought that the sky was about to change. In the Heavenly Dragon territory, the light city that had stood for millions of years suddenly rose from the ground 2 years ago. It rushed out of outer space and brought all the winged men tribe away from the heaven territory. Many people saw this scene, and all of them were even more shocked. They now knew that the light city was a spatial divine tool. Otherwise, how could it leave the Earth's core and fly away? Many of them knew that the winged men tribe was going to move to outer space. Many of the winged men tribe had been living in outer space for a long time. Their departure meant that they wouldn't let their fellows stay in the heaven territory to develop anymore. Kim people, the strongest ancient clan in the Heavenly Dragon territory, looked calm. Besides responding to the Alchemy Alliance's declaration of alliance, they didn't do anything else. Quite the contrary, the Blazing Flame Merchants and the Sun and Moon sect also announced that they were willing to form an alliance with Dragon Gate to protect the Heavenly Dragon territory. The Sword Cleansing Manor, the second strongest force, kept silent. They didn't know that Kim people and Dragon Gate were using the supreme god pellets that Ling Xiao had given them to increase their competence. After several years, they had gained dozens of incipient god realm experts. Many of them had broken through too. Many King God Realm experts had been trained and their competence had increased by leaps and bounds. Since the Thunder Clan had destroyed the ancestral land of the Demon Tiger tribe many years ago, they had been fighting the Thunder Clan to the death. They had stopped a great army of the Thunder Clan. However, they couldn't capture all of them. At the same time, they announced that whoever could capture Ling Xiao's head would receive a top divine item as a reward. If they could capture him alive, the reward would be doubled. They wanted to get rid of Ling Xiao, the culprit behind all of this. At the same time, they had blocked the road to the West Territory as if they were doing something big. Whoever wanted to get in there couldn't get out. Many people sensed that the world seemed to have undergone a great change. Indeed, 1 year ago, a great army suddenly came to the Heaven Source area and attacked the Alchemy Alliance. Although the Alchemy Alliance had increased their competence in a short time, they didn't have any power to resist. Those people had captured them. When the news spread out, everybody was shocked. No one could have thought that the ones who captured the Alchemy Alliance were actually the Demon Tiger tribe's people. They imprisoned all of the Alchemy Alliance's alchemists. And the various major alchemy families in the Heaven Source area were also attacked. All the alchemists who reached Alchemist Saint level were captured. Quite a few factions were directly annihilated, blood flowing like rivers. Someone luckily escaped out of the Heaven Source area a step earlier and spread the news. Immediately, everyone in the Heaven region was astounded, because they had long heard that there were factions who wanted to unify the Heaven region. But they were all disapproving, feeling that with the Heaven region's vastness, other than factions, who had such boldness to do it? The ones who took down the Alchemy Alliance now were precisely the Demon Tiger tribe's people. No one could have thought that they would take down the Alchemy Alliance with thunderous means, and even control the Heaven Source area. At this moment, the various large and small factions in the Heaven region all sought out allies and joined forces to prevent being breached by others. That would really be a tragedy. At the same time, they also looked forward to there being a faction who could challenge the Demon Tiger tribe and shatter their beautiful dream of wanting to unify the Heaven region. However, the Alchemy Alliance was the biggest force in the Heaven region. If they couldn't stop the Demon Tiger tribe, what other force could do it? Perhaps, they could only hope that Kim people and the Sky Dragon tribe could have some boldness to fight against the Demon Tiger tribe. Kim people also sent people to the Heaven Source area to gather information. Unfortunately, the people who went there didn't come back. They died in the Heaven Source area. After 1 year of silence, Kim people finally gathered the armies of the big forces in the Sky Dragon area to go to the Heaven Source area to save the people. Today, there were 350 incipient God Realm experts gathered in the Sky Dragon city. The Dragon Gate was led by Ling Taimeng and Luo Dongxing, the two peak supremes. The Blazing Flame Merchants also had a peak expert. The Sun Emperor and Moon Empress of the Sun and Moon sect had joined the alliance. Some other forces also sent their people. At the same time, many powerful independent cultivators were called to join. These people were more or less indignant about the Demon Tiger tribe's behavior. They wanted to stop their ambition of unifying the Heaven region. For the time being, the Sky Dragon City gathered most of the top experts in the Sky Dragon area. It was definitely a grand event that was rarely seen in 100,000 years. However, they didn't expect that before they departed, the Demon Tiger tribe would suddenly descend on their territory. Ling Xiao hadn't come back yet, but a bloody storm was about to unfold here. Chapter 1692. The entire Sky Dragon City was sealed. No one was allowed to enter or leave. In the city master's mansion, Ling Taimeng, Lao Dongxing, Lai Xiong, Sun Emperor, and the Moon Empress gathered. They had decided that this time, they would save the Medicine Union, the major forces of the Tianyuan area, and destroy the conspiracy of the Demon Tiger tribe. Does anyone have any objections? If not, we will leave now. I believe that our friends from the Medicine Union have been waiting for a long time. Ling Taimeng sat in the main seat and looked around. The others didn't say anything. They were ready to fight. However, at this time, a person at the back stood up and said, "Sir Taimeng, if you don't ask the Golden Dragon to help, I'm afraid it will be difficult to save them. Perhaps everyone will die." As soon as this person said that, everyone's face changed. "You are?" Ling Taimeng looked at that person and asked. There were many people gathered here, and Ling Taimeng didn't know all of them. "I am Jiao He, the consecrated elder of the Medicine Union. I saw many people of my guild killed by a black cloud with my own eyes. It was just an ordinary demonic cloud that could form a terrifying black hole that could swallow everything and corrode all vitality. It was too terrifying." The incipient God Realm expert who called himself Jiao He said with fear, "What demonic cloud black hole? Could it be that the Demon Tiger race has created some terrifying ancient divine weapon?" Ridi asked in surprise. "No, absolutely not. I couldn't see what that demonic cloud black hole was, but it was exactly the same as that black hole space. At that time, I thought that it was a black hole space phenomenon, but later, when I saw many Demon Tiger tribe members appear, I knew that it was man-made. It was the existence of this demonic cloud black hole. The Demon Tiger tribe didn't waste a single soldier to take down the guild. It was too terrifying." Then he looked at Ling Taimeng and said, "It's not that I don't believe in your strength, but for the sake of caution, if we can ask the Golden Dragon or the Dragon King to come out, maybe we can compete with them. Otherwise, I can't think of what kind of existence can shake that demonic cloud black hole." Everyone could tell that what Jiao He said was true. If this demonic cloud black hole alone was enough to destroy the Medicine Alliance, then this demonic cloud black hole was truly too terrifying. After all, the Medicine League had 2 experts on the legendary list. Moreover, they had many powerful experts at the incipient God Realm. If they couldn't deal with the demon cloud black hole even when they joined hands, one could imagine how terrifying it was. "The Golden Dragon clan is related to my clan, but it is not something that we can command at will," Ling Taimeng said. After a pause, he added, "Don't worry, this time we are fully prepared. Even if we can't achieve anything, it shouldn't be a problem for everyone to retreat safely." Jiao He spoke helplessly, "Since Lord Taimeng has made his decision, then I won't speak any further. I'm not saying this to dampen everyone's morale, but to remind everyone to prioritize safety. No matter what, I will accompany everyone to my Tianyuan region to drive away the invaders." Ui, Emperors Meng, Feng Shan, God, Yu, Clan, Li, Clan, Jiao Clan, Shan, Dragon City Clan, Dragon. However, as soon as they exited the hall, they noticed that a dark cloud had suddenly appeared in the sky. This black cloud covered the sky and gradually shrouded Celestial Dragon City. Gusts of cold wind rose. The black cloud looked like the face of a demon, which made people shiver in fear. All the incipient God Realm experts could feel that this black cloud wasn't ordinary. Jiao He looked terrified. It's him. It's really here. How could it be like this? Is it the black hole in the demonic cloud? Lai Xiong frowned. Yes, it's him. Don't let it form. Quick. Everybody attack it with all of your power. Don't let it form a black hole. We can't let anyone touch the demonic cloud. Even we can't resist its corrosive power. Jiao He said in a panic. Ling Taimeng took the lead and shouted, If it's here, it means the demon tiger tribe is here too. We should use all of our power to destroy this thing. Ling Xiao held the golden dragon spear and soared up into the sky. A dragon-shaped attack shot out from his golden spear. A 10,000-meter-long golden dragon shadow dashed towards the black cloud. At the same time, all the incipient God Realm experts behind him also soared up into the sky. Their terrifying auras shook every corner of Celestial Dragon City. Five-colored energy unceasingly shot out. This entire area was dyed in different colors. Rumble! Rumble! The terrifying energy was enough to destroy the entire world. The black cloud that was covering the sky was enraged. The warriors of Celestial Dragon City screamed in fear. What's going on? So powerful. How many incipient God Realm experts are there? Is it an enemy attack? 1 year ago, the Medicine League was attacked and the Heaven Source territory was sealed. They said that it was the Demon Tiger tribe's doing. Are they here to deal with our Dragon Gate today? Don't talk so much. Everybody run. Once this energy scatters, we will all die. Quick! Quick! Notify the guards to activate the defensive formation. We can resist for a while. Everyone in the Heavenly Dragon City panicked. All the warriors flew towards the city. Some of the weaker ones hid in some pavilions and did not dare to come out. Many city guards started to activate the formation to protect everyone. In the dragon-gazing mountain range, Dragon Gate and the Kim people could feel the battle. Many troops started to prepare for the battle. During the past year, the Heavenly Dragon Sect had summoned all the King God Realm experts and the Supreme Incipient God Realm experts who were out there. Although their competence was extraordinary, in this top-level battle, the King God Realm experts weren't strong enough. Only the Supreme Incipient God Realm experts were qualified to deal with them. However, none of them flinched. They summoned their holy beasts and were ready to fight at any time. At this moment, Ling Feiwu's gloomy voice arose. The Demon Tiger tribe is here. Activate the Great Defensive Formation. Unless you're at the beginning Elder level, you can't get out of the Great Defensive Formation. Very soon, a protective formation had been activated. Even a prime would not be able to break through this formation. Deep inside the dragon-gazing mountain range, terrifying dragon roars arose. Tens of thousands of beasts roared together with the dragon roars as if they were warning anyone who dared to destroy this place. They wouldn't hesitate to pay any price to attack. High in the sky, the black clouds that were more than 100,000 miles long turned into a massive black vortex when the energy arrived. Swoosh, swoosh. The massive energy was swallowed by this black vortex that looked like a bottomless pit. It didn't affect the black clouds at all. What? Lingming was so shocked. The incipient God Realm experts behind him also changed their visages. Their power was enough to destroy a third of the Heavenly Dragon territory, yet it was so easily devoured by this bottomless black hole. It was enough to show how terrifying this black hole was. Haha, ants like you are just SOSO. Today, my Demon Tiger tribe has come to your Sky Dragon district. All of you, ants, surrender immediately. Otherwise, I will wash you all with blood. No one will be left alive. A devilish sneer came from the black clouds. The black vortex seemed to form a black face with a ferocious appearance. A terrifying aura pressed down from the sky. This aura seemed to directly attack everyone's heart. Each of the great master-level experts was forcefully pressed down from the sky. Only a few dozen people were barely able to withstand it, but their complexions were also incomparably pale. The warriors in the Sky Dragon City had their souls shattered. They were forced to kneel on the ground. Some weak warriors were even crushed to death. Soon, waves of miserable wails could be heard from within the Heavenly Dragon City. What is that thing after all? It's not something that a top divine treasure could reach. Could it be? Could it be that this is another legendary realm? But does this world really have such an existence? It's too scary. The Demon Tiger tribe dares to say that they can rule the world. If they don't have something to rely on, how could they dare to do that? This man must be at the legendary realm. How can we fight this battle? No matter what, we can't just sit and wait for death. Many incipient God realm experts' confidence was shattered. They all felt that they couldn't resist. Everybody hold on. Follow me to attack again. I don't believe that he can't be killed. Ling Timing's mind was firm. He let out a low shout and summoned his true dragon to protect him. He and the dragon fused into one, attacking the black hole in the sky one more time. Dragon aura soars to the sky. Ling Timing had fused with the power of the golden dragon. It was the strongest attack of his life. A huge dragon-shaped battle chi filled the entire space. A terrifying dragon's might spread out in all directions, giving people a terrifying sense of oppression. Once, the Kim people were a royal family in the Xianling continent. They had the noble dragon aura that could shake the world and subdue hundreds of dynasties. This strike contained the will of an emperor descending to the heavens, far surpassing the power possessed by ordinary pinnacle sovereigns. This was definitely a powerful attack of the peak Great Perfection realm. Even if the Lei clan's old chief and Lei Xiao gang were here, they would have to retreat in the face of this attack. Ling Timing wasn't on the sovereign list, but he had the terrifying power that surpassed the ordinary experts on the sovereign list. It was enough for him to be in the top 20. At this time, Luo Dongxing also moved. He turned into a vast sea of fire. The raging fire seemed to be able to burn the sky and evaporate the sea. It burned towards the black hole in the demon cloud. Lai Xiong was an expert at the bottom of the sovereign list. He was the true support of the blazing flame merchants. The fire wheel in his hand turned into a huge ring of fire that rushed into the sky. Besides, the Sun Emperor and the Moon Empress combined their yin and yang. The sun and the moon appeared at the same time. Two beams of yin and yang light shot up to the sky. Chapter 1693. The other pinnacle sovereigns had also made their moves, gathering all of their trump cards together as they shot towards the sky. These powerful techniques were enough to kill any peak of the Supremes. Even if there were more of them, they would all fall. All of the terrifying energies created a five-colored light. Flames, golden lights, hailstones, wooden awls, mountains. All kinds of attacks shot up to the sky. This terrifying power was enough to smash the nine heavens into pieces and destroy all living things. However, this bottomless black hole in the demonic cloud that spanned hundreds of thousands of miles shot out a terrifying energy. The vortex kept spinning, and the energy increased terrifyingly fast. Swoosh, swoosh. Tens of thousands of beams of light were swallowed by this black hole, leaving no trace. Everybody was shocked once again. This wasn't the power of the incipient god realm experts, and it wasn't the power of any top-grade ancient god weapon either. It was definitely the power of a higher realm expert. Even if you ants have more power, you're just SOSO. The demonic face that was as big as the sky laughed crazily. Then he said, "If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know what's good for you." All of a sudden, a demonic palm appeared in the black hole. This demonic palm was made of the black murderous aura, creating a giant palm that was as big as the sky, pressing down. The black mist in the giant palm was crystal clear, and its power was tremendous. The corrosive energy had corroded many spaces, making them fester. "Everybody resist!" Ling Timing screamed again. He gathered his energy and rushed up to stop this demonic palm. The others also took action at the same time. Waves of terrifying energy swarmed over. Rumble! Rumble! However, this demonic palm didn't seem to be hindered at all. It forcefully pressed down on the incipient god realm experts. Ard, ard. Blood-curdling screams rang out, and clouds of blood mist exploded. Many incipient god realm experts couldn't resist such a strike. In just a blink of an eye, more than 10 weaker incipient god realm experts were killed. The other incipient god realm experts were wounded badly. Their god bodies cracked. Moreover, they couldn't get rid of the corrosive energy. They screamed and screamed. Too terrifying. Too terrifying. This was an unimaginable power that exceeded the scope of imagination. Ling Timing, Lao Dongxing, Lai Xiong, Sun Emperor, Moon Empress and the rest were all heavily injured, and the corrosive power made it hard for them to get rid of it. They had no choice but to destroy their god bodies and reconstruct a new one. All of them revealed looks of despair. They had always thought of themselves as the cream of the crop. Even if they encountered someone on the sovereign ranking, they wouldn't be so easily killed. However, Shi Yan had used only one hand to defeat so many of them at incipient God realm. This realm, this power, indeed made them feel that it was difficult to move. I'll ask you again. Are you going to surrender or not? Otherwise, I'll slaughter the entire city. The voice sounded again. At the same time, dozens of incipient God realm experts of the demon tiger tribe appeared in that direction. Riding on the black demon tigers, they looked down at the people below with cold smiles on their faces. Quickly surrender and become one of my clan's subordinates. Our ancestor is already an eternal God. Even if all of you self-destruct right in front of him, you still won't be able to defeat him. Jiang Dian shouted at Ling Taimeng and the others. Another peak of the demon tiger tribe said, "That's right. Surrender to us and we'll spare your lives. Otherwise, all of you can die." The demon tiger tribe didn't have many people, but with such an eternal God, they could sweep the 5 lands and unify the entire heaven territory. He's really an eternal God. How could he be born? It's too terrifying. We don't have a chance. Are we going to be ruled by them? If that's the case, I'm afraid that even if the golden dragon comes out, they won't have a chance. The gap is too big. No wonder why the Medicine League was subdued without any resistance. They're too strong. What should we do now? Everyone had already begun to despair. They couldn't think of anyone who could stop the strongest existence in this world. That was the giant god from the Antiquity Age, the god who could create the world, the immortal existence above the God King and incipient God realm. However, at this time, some people didn't believe it and still wanted to fight back. So what if you're an eternal god? Today I, the Kim people, swear that you won't be able to return. After Ling Taimeng reorganized his god body, he said faintly. He waved his hand in a direction, and a golden light instantly shot over. Surprisingly, it was the god soul guardian of the Kim people, the golden dragon altar. It shone with dazzling golden light, and the dragon chi was unusually thick, giving people a simple and ancient feeling. At the same time, behind the golden dragon altar, 3 Kim people followed. Each of them was riding the golden flood dragon king, a high-level rank 11 golden flood dragon. These 3 Kim people's auras were like rainbows, and their power was tremendous. Surprisingly, they already had the strength of the peak of the Supremes. This was the real foundation of the Kim people, which wasn't something that ordinary forces could compare to. Sacrifice my dragon altar to kill the strong enemies. Ling Taimeng shouted in fear. Several drops of blood flew toward the golden dragon altar. The 3 peak of the Supremes also dropped some drops of blood on the golden dragon altar. Swoosh swoosh. Beams of golden light shot out, and each of them turned into a golden dragon phantom. Each phantom was so real that it gave people an intimidating feeling. Kill them! Ling Taimeng shouted in fear, pouring his energy into the golden dragon altar. The other 3 peak of the Supremes also poured their god power into the golden dragon altar. Suddenly, the golden dragon phantom above the golden dragon altar turned into thousands of golden dragons, attacking the demon's soul black hole. This power had surpassed the joint attack of all the Supremes and incipient God realm experts. It seemed to gather the fate of the Kim people. Its power could destroy the stars and the moon in just a blink of an eye. The expressions of the demonic tiger race members above changed drastically. All of them could feel how terrifying that strike was. They had never thought that the Kim people could have such a great weapon. Many Supremes and incipient God realm experts around could feel the power of this attack. They thought that they could see a ray of hope. At the same time, they sighed in admiration at the terrifying power of the Kim people. If they were the ones attacking the Kim people, this attack was enough to kill them all. Tens of thousands of golden dragons were attacking the demon soul black hole unceasingly. They shook the sky and cracked it again. The demon soul black hole couldn't bear it anymore and was about to collapse. The demon soul black hole is about to disappear. Could it be that the eternal God can't stop it? It's too powerful. We're saved this time. Yeah, I've heard that the Golden Dragon altar of the Kim people is a peak ancient god weapon. But today, I think it's beyond that level. Perhaps it's an eternal divine weapon? But I've never heard that the Kim people have such a formidable existence who could forge such a divine weapon. I think it's not an eternal divine weapon. At most, it's close to it. I saw Sir Tai Meng use his blood to activate the divine weapon. I think it's the Fate divine weapon that the Kim people have accumulated for 1 million years. In legends, only the ancient clans that have existed for more than 1 million years could create such a weapon. It seems like the Kim people have a long history. No matter what, we can be saved. Don't think it's perfect. This kind of Fate divine weapon can only be used several times. If it can't kill the enemy, I'm afraid the consequences will be unimaginable. Many Supremes and incipient God Realm experts were guessing. They all felt so tense and complicated. 2 waves of energy that could destroy the sky had finally smashed the black hole of the demon cloud. The Supremes of the Demon Tiger tribe couldn't believe it. They couldn't believe that the eternal God could be defeated. Many Supremes and incipient God Realm experts of the Sky Dragon territory cheered up. Ling Taimeng and the other 3 Supremes had almost used up all of their energy. They wore faint smiles of satisfaction on their faces. However, their smiles froze before they could finish. Not bad. The Fate divine weapon of the Demon Tiger tribe. It's almost an eternal divine weapon. It's a pity that none of you Kim people has reached the eternal realm. You can only bury it. A cold and gloomy voice arose. A black claw snatched the Golden Dragon altar from the sky. This black claw came from the same person as the previous demon palm. In other words, the eternal God wasn't dead yet. People looked at the black claw and saw a man in black clothes and a hood controlling the struggling Golden Dragon altar. They didn't need to guess. It was the eternal God of the Demon Tiger tribe. No one could see the eternal God's face. He stood there like a demon cloud. They could only vaguely see a human silhouette. They couldn't tell his age or appearance. Give me back the Golden Dragon altar. The Supremes of the Kim people roared angrily. He rode the Dragon King and charged forward to take back the Golden Dragon altar. Felder, come back. You're not his opponent. Ling Taimeng shouted. Unfortunately, it was too late. The eternal God of the Demon Tiger tribe chuckled. If you want it, you can have it back. He flung the Golden Dragon altar back, and a dark force rushed towards it with extreme speed. The Supremes of the Kim people didn't even have a chance to react. The Golden Dragon altar hit him. His god body exploded and he died. Boom. His god body splashed everywhere. His god soul was destroyed. There was no sign of life. Even the Dragon King couldn't escape. The corrosive black energy invaded his body. He turned into ashes in a blink of an eye. At this moment, all the Supremes of the Sky Dragon territory turned pale. They didn't have any color left. At this moment, a terrible dragon roar came from the dragon-gazing mountain range. Chapter 1694. The dragon-gazing mountain range had been a true dragon vein since ancient times, and the Golden Dragon had always lived here. Other than the Kim people, no one dared to enter the mountain range. Now that the Eternal God had appeared and the Sky Dragon domain was in danger, the Dragon Gate and the Kim people would not be able to escape this calamity. The Golden Dragon that had been helping the Kim people had finally made its move. The roars of 100 dragons filled the sky. 2 old Dragon Kings appeared in the sky, one golden and one ice, both tens of thousands of meters long. They had lived for countless years, and their strength had reached the pinnacle. The appearance of the Golden Dragon Old Dragon King was not surprising, but why did the other terrifying ice dragon appear here? Needless to say, this was the peerless ice dragon that Ling Xiao was worried about. After returning to the mystic spirit continent with the Dragon Lady, it returned to the dragon-gazing mountain range and was asked to stay by the Golden Dragon Old Dragon King. Unexpectedly, something like this happened, so it was not surprising that the 2 dragons appeared at the same time. These 2 old Dragon Kings had reached the peak of the 11th order, and even those on the sovereign list would not be able to compete with them. After all, they could erupt with 100 times their strength, which was definitely above any peak supreme being. They directly charged towards those people from the devil tiger race. The terrifying dragon roars almost shook the 9 heavens, and their might was incomparably terrifying. But before the draconic roars reached the demonic tiger clan's clansmen, the eternal god had already controlled a black spatial force to obstruct them. The eternal god of the demon tiger race let out a disdainful smile and said, as expected of the dragon vein land. To think that 2 old dragon kings would appear at the same time. Not bad, not bad. If I slaughter you, I can cultivate a few more black attribute true dragons for my race to use. Terrifying human, I will swallow you alive. The golden dragon king roared. The ice dragon king also roared, damn things, I'll freeze all of you. The 2 old dragon kings were infuriated. The golden dragon king lunged towards the eternal god, while the ice dragon king was shrouded in an icy aura. Layers of ice crystals appeared out of nowhere and shot towards the members of the devil tiger race. If it was in the past, I might have been a little afraid of you. But now, you're nothing more than bugs in my eyes. The eternal god said scornfully. He waved his hand, and a black hole appeared. In an instant, the golden light and ice crystals were all sucked into it. It even enveloped the golden dragon king, as if it was going to swallow it alive. The golden dragon king was indeed an old dragon that had lived for tens of thousands of years. It roared continuously, and its dragon body flipped, causing the black hole to stop. Then, it immediately retreated. The ice dragon king seized the chance to roar again. It made the hailstones fall rapidly. Within tens of thousands of miles, the area became extremely cold. Many ice crystals were aimed at the eternal god. This extremely cold energy made the supreme experts and incipient god realm experts around shiver. They tried to run as far as they could to avoid getting frostbitten. I don't want to tangle with you guys anymore. It's over. The eternal god said faintly. His other hand rose, and a demon palm slapped towards the ice dragon king and the golden dragon king. Boom, boom. The 2 old dragon kings' enormous bodies were unable to dodge, and were forcefully slapped down from the 9th heaven. The 2 old dragon kings smashed into the heavenly dragon city, shattering the array formation on the city. At the same time, many of the pavilions inside were smashed into pieces. Many people died tragically because of this. All the supreme experts and incipient god realm experts fell into despair when they saw this scene. This kind of existence was not something they could deal with at all. Someone shouted, "Guys, scatter and run." Some people started to run. Many supreme experts and incipient god realm experts also started to flee in all directions. After all, staying here was useless. It was better to save their lives first. No one wanted to die for nothing. If you want to deal with my clan, none of you should run away. The eternal god said faintly. Then he turned into a mass of demonic clouds. This demonic cloud turned into many black holes that swept everywhere. Many supreme experts and incipient god realm experts were sucked into those black holes before they could run far. Only cries of despair continued to reverberate in the air. In just a blink of an eye, 1/3 of the 300 supreme experts and incipient god realm experts were killed. It was a big loss. Many ordinary warriors and buildings in Sky Dragon City were sucked into the black holes. They screamed and screamed, hoping that someone would come and save them. Unfortunately, who could possibly defeat the eternal god? At this moment, many supreme experts of the Kim people came out of the dragon-gazing mountain range. More than 10 golden dragon divine beasts roared and flew out. The 2 old dragon kings attacked again, activating the power of the dragon pearl. Their battle prowess was 200 times more terrifying, causing the surroundings of Heavenly Dragon City to tremble unceasingly. The 2 dragons spat out terrifying elemental powers at the same time. They were determined to kill this eternal god. The sharpness of the metal energy that could split mountains and seas, and the layers of ice crystals that were icy cold to the extreme, completely enveloped the sky, and intended to completely destroy the black holes in the devilish clouds. Even if my son has to risk his life to fight, he will never surrender. Everybody, kill him. Ling Taiming rode the golden dragon and roared angrily with the golden spear in his hand. He used all of his energy to attack the Eternal God. This place was the root of the Kim people and the Dragon Gate. No one was allowed to destroy it. The incipient God Realm experts of the Gold Clan and the Heavenly Dragon Gate were risking their lives for the last time. Waves of energy bombarded the black hole of the demonic clouds in the sky. Good guts. If so, after I kill these two worms, I will kill all of you. The Eternal God seemed to feel a little bit of pressure. The two old Dragon Kings had used the power of the Dragon Beat. They were known as the strongest race in this world. Now, they were risking their lives to increase their fighting power by 200-fold, which was beyond the abilities of ordinary golden dragons. Apparently, they were burning their blood to resist the strong enemy. They wanted to protect the dragon vein and not let anyone destroy it. That was why the Eternal God wasn't sure that he could kill them in just a blink of an eye. However, besides dealing with the two old Dragon Kings, the Eternal God had also used the demonic clouds to cover the warriors of the Demon Tiger tribe to prevent them from getting hurt. At the same time, the Eternal God Realm experts of the Kim people and the Dragon Gate had stopped all of their attacks. It could be said that the Eternal God Realm had not only fought against the two old Dragon Kings but also subdued all the other incipient God Realm experts. His boldness and competence were beyond anyone's imagination. Strands of remnant power fell from the 9 heavens and destroyed many places. The Heavenly Dragon City quickly turned into a city of ruins. The Heavenly Dragon Sect's great mountain protecting formation in the distance was also bombarded. It was on the verge of cracking. Many mountains in the dragon-gazing mountain range were flattened. Many spirit beasts were killed. It was the battle between the top warriors. They could destroy any place in the Heaven Territory. It was also the reason why the Heaven Territory didn't allow the incipient God Realm experts to fight each other. Inside the Dragon Gate, the warriors shivered in fear. They were afraid that the Great Protective Formation wouldn't be able to withstand the attack. If that happened, they wouldn't be able to escape death. Since when did the Demon Tiger tribe become so intimidating? They have even provoked the Dragon King to come out to fight the enemy. Is this the calamity of our Dragon Gate? I just hope that Elder Shur and the others can resist. Otherwise, we can't escape death. What are you afraid of? If I can reach incipient God Realm, I will go out and protect the Dragon Gate. Even if I have to die, I won't let anyone destroy our Dragon Gate. You're right. If we can get through this challenge, we must try our best to reach incipient God Realm and kill all the bastards of the Demon Tiger tribe. Many beautiful women gathered on the Alchemy God Peak of the Dragon Gate. Their faces were worried. They were the wives, parents, and descendants of Alchemy God Ling Xiao. Our sect is facing a great calamity. Even the tribe is shaken. Is the Demon Tiger tribe really that strong? Ling Zhan was wearing a set of divine armor, holding a gold spear in his hand. He was cultivating the divine technique that Ling Xiao had imparted him. He had activated the Kim people's bloodline. His cultivation base had reached the peak of King God Realm. However, the battle out there wasn't something he could join. The tribe has sent someone to tell us that all the space formations have been sealed. We can't move. We can only pray that we can turn this disaster into a blessing. Meng Xiun said with a worried face. Father, Mother, don't worry. We won't lose. Even if the protective formation is broken, we can protect you guys and leave together, said Feng Xian. Feng Xianyun was undoubtedly the eldest sister among all the girls. She might not be the oldest, but she was definitely the one who had spent the most time with Ling Xiao. Furthermore, she was his official wife. Even Yun Mingqi, who was the most important woman in Ling Xiao's heart, couldn't compare to her in this aspect. Today, her competence had reached the peak of King God Realm. She was just one step away from the incipient God Realm. She wasn't bragging when she said that. It was because Ling Xiao had left them many helpers at the incipient God Realm. At the critical moment, they could help them escape. These helpers were the evil emperor, Mad Monk, Sha Tian, Ding Gudu, and more than 10 incipient God Realm experts. With such a force, Feng Xiun was confident that they could leave this place safely. However, the evil emperor looked up at the sky and sighed, "We can't escape. That's the eternal God in the legends. His power is unfathomable. Otherwise, How could he make all the top experts of the Dragon Gate come out? And there are so many golden dragons. If they can't defeat him, how can we escape? That's right. I'm afraid that those who don't surrender will die in the end. Mad Monk forced a smile. Not good. The protective formation is breaking. At this moment, Euro Fei screamed. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Chapter 1695. Rumble. Rumble. Wave after wave of remnant energy fell on the great protective formation of the Dragon Gate. Finally, the great protective formation couldn't bear it anymore and collapsed. The few supreme incipient god realm experts who stayed in the gate couldn't protect themselves. They were all wounded severely. The other god kings and their holy beasts attacked at the same time to stop these energies. However, they found that it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. They couldn't withstand a single blow. As the waves of energy fell, many disciples of the Dragon Gate wailed in pain. Many of them died immediately. Even the god kings couldn't escape. Even on the medicine god peak, it was hard to avoid being hit by many terrifying energies. Each bit of energy was enough to destroy the medicine god peak and kill anyone below the god king realm. The evil emperor shouted, "Let's work together to stop these energies." The evil emperor was just a low-level supreme incipient god realm expert. He thought that he couldn't stop these energies alone. The Mad Monk came out without the slightest hesitation. A majestic divine projection suddenly appeared and propped up half the sky. Sha Tian and Ding Gudu, the two new supreme incipient god realm experts like the evil emperor and Mad Monk, also took action at the same time. Besides that, Feng Xianyun had also ordered the living puppet Jizun left behind by Ling Shao to disperse all the descending forces. Although it was just the remnant energy, it was absolutely terrifying. Even the supreme incipient god realm experts could barely stop it. They knew that the people fighting in the sky were all top experts. Each beam of energy was enough to destroy more than 10 pawns. Quickly retreat. Everyone quickly retreat from here. Otherwise, only death awaits. The evil emperor roared. This was the center of the battlefield. Who could stop the destructive energy here? Feng Xianyun immediately ordered Sha Tian and Ding Gudu to protect Ling Zhan, Meng Shiyun, and the other women. However, there was too much remnant energy. It fell from time to time, making them scream in fear. Luckily, they were wearing the ancient god weapons that Ling Shao had left for them. They wouldn't be hurt by these energies. The demonic emperor and Mad Monk tried their best to protect her, but they were still forced to cough up blood by the shockwaves. Fortunately, several dozen 11th-tier saint beasts appeared in the Dragon's Gazing Mountain range and charged in their direction. These sacred beasts included lions, tigers, leopards, and many other mutated sacred beasts or mutants with ancient bloodlines. They were all subordinates of the Golden Dragon and the true master of this mountain range. Now that the mountain range was about to be destroyed, they no longer hid and followed the Beast Emperor clan into battle. Many of them even rushed over from afar. With their bodies blotting out the sky, the aftermath of Dragon Gate's attack was greatly reduced. Together, they unleashed a terrifying wave of attack towards the 9 heavens, causing this part of the world to be completely covered by the light of energy. The eternal god didn't seem to be omnipotent. It was already a bit strenuous for him to withstand all of that power. His bottomless black hole continued to appear. Demon palms appeared one by one, smashing many supreme incipient god realm experts and holy beasts into bloody ores. However, as his energy was scattered, he couldn't kill all of them. He had to order, "I'm going to kill them all. You guys get down there and kill all the warriors of Dragon Gate and Kim people." Moreover, he also summoned his Black Demon Tiger Emperor at the antiquity level. As soon as this Black Demon Tiger Emperor appeared, its terrifying aura immediately locked on the 2 Old Dragon King and launched the most primitive attack. They were the dozens of incipient god realm experts of the Demon Tiger tribe. They hadn't joined the battle yet. Today, as they were teleported to the territory of Dragon Gate, they started to attack the Dragon Gate to annihilate them. Huh, Kim people, Dragon Gate, haven't you always been enemies with our Demon Tiger tribe? Take your time to repent. A supreme incipient god realm expert of the demon tiger tribe grinned fiendishly. That's right. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. At that time, the other forces in the Sky Dragon area will submit to us, said another expert. Among these dozens of supreme incipient god realm experts of the demon tiger tribe, none of them was lower than the middle level. All of them were the top experts of the demon tiger tribe. Their arrival would be a disaster for Dragon Gate and Kim people. Ling Bo and Ling Xiao had led more than 30 supreme incipient god realm experts out of the Kim people's territory. Moreover, the older generation of Dragon Gate, which had been closed for a long time, had also come out. There were dozens of supreme incipient god realm experts. They were the last support of the Kim people and Dragon Gate. They only had 3 high-level supreme incipient god realm experts here. How could they resist the new force of the demon tiger tribe? Fortunately, this place was their territory. They could summon many holy beasts to fight with them. They could barely resist and make the others retreat as far as they could to avoid being annihilated. The warriors of the demon tiger tribe also saw Evil Emperor and Mad Monk's team retreating. They immediately sent 10 experts to attack them. You can't run away. Be obedient and die, sneered a high-level supreme demon tiger tribe. Another one looked at Feng Xianyun, Kai Xiaoyu, and the other beautiful women with a lustful look. TSK, so many beautiful women. Are they the wives and concubines of the Dragon Gate's master? I can use their yin to supplement my yang. Damn it. These demon dwellers are too much. Let's go together and kill them. Evil Emperor couldn't stand it anymore. He shouted and the 5-colored divine light exploded. He pointed at the lightning spear and his holy beasts and attacked at the same time. The Mad Monk instantly turned into countless shapeless human figures, and his real body was holding a divine mirror that shone out. If they didn't want to become prisoners, they had to risk their lives. Even death was better than death in humiliation. Ling Zhan protected all the women and shouted, "Go! Leave this place. Otherwise, everyone will die." All the women didn't hesitate. They exploded and brought their children to protect Meng Xiyun and left. However, the lascivious high-level supreme demon tiger tribe didn't want to let them go. He was already charging towards them. He revealed an extremely lustful look and said, "None of you can escape." This person was called Jianghu. He was famous for his lasciviousness, but his power wasn't weak. Shatian and Ding Gudu couldn't even withstand one round of his attacks. Their godly bodies exploded, and they were wounded severely. Ling Zhan stood with his spear. Although he was weak, he didn't have any stage fright. He roared, "You trash! You dare to wait for my daughter-in-law? I'll fight it out with all of you." Ling Zhan swallowed a divine pill, and his power instantly soared. He used the ancient divine weapon in his hand to unleash an all-out attack. "Grandpa, I'll help you." Ling Yu had always been thought of as the most immature child, and he had barely reached the realm of a demigod king. However, he still had Ling Zhao's blood flowing in his veins, and he did not escape at the very last moment. Instead, he came back to help Ling Zhan. Kai Shiyue was his mother. She shouted, Look good. Mother will stay and fight it out with you. Big brother Zhan, if you die, I won't live alone." Meng Xiyun, who had been scolding Ling Zhan for being a cultivation maniac, cried out. The group of women suddenly stopped. Feng Xianyun frowned and shouted, "Sisters, you guys go first. I can't leave my parents here. Otherwise, when my husband comes back, I won't have the face to face him." "I'm not leaving either. I want to fight with my parents. Even if I die, I want to be with them. Otherwise, when my husband comes back, I won't have the face to see him." Dongfang Jing answered resolutely. At this moment, Cruel Leopard shouted, "You guys go. You have to protect your precious body for our master. Let this old servant fight them." Cruel Leopard was a demigod god realm. After he said that, he didn't care about anything else. "Boss, you've always taken care of me. Today, let me take care of my sisters-in-law for you. Let's leave safely," Yiyun Feng said faintly and then soared up into the sky resolutely. Besides them, Mad Tooth, Lone Eagle, Poisonous Scorpion, Li Kuanghu, Cold Snake, and the 8 generals, the loyal followers of Ling Shao, all stormed out. They tried their best to buy time for the women. No matter where we go, we're going to die. We should stay here and die together. When my husband comes back, he will take revenge for us. Yu Laiyan said and then joined the battle. Young master, Yushi might not be able to serve you anymore in the future. You must live well, Bai Yushi said, and also joined the formation. Eventually, none of the women who wanted to leave stayed. Even if they had to die, they couldn't leave Ling Zhan, Meng Shiyun, and the others alone. You little girls want to die? But I don't want you to die. Jiang Yinhu laughed pervertedly. He waved his hand and a terrifying black light shot out. Rumble! Rumble! Just one move and he had blown away all the people in front of him. Luckily, he coveted the women, so he didn't kill them. However, the corrosive black fog was too much for them to handle. None of them had the strength to fight against him. Just like that, they lost their ability to fight and could only wait for death. Jiang Yinhu took the lead and walked towards Feng Xianyun. Not bad at all. Whose women are you? Why are all of you so willing to follow him? Just as Jiang Yinhu approached, the injured Feng Xianyun made her move again. Several Gu Kings rushed out from her side. At the same time, a lot of poison spread out. It's useless. If you don't say it, you will all become my women after I make love with all of you. That gutless man is probably already dead. Jiang Yinhu said lightly. He waved his arm casually, and a few Gu Kings immediately exploded. Many Gu poisons fell into the space crack and disappeared. Feng Xianyun was already in despair. She made up her mind that even if she had to self-detonate, she wouldn't let this person touch her. Just as Jiang Yinhu was about to capture all the women in front of him, a cold voice came from afar. You are not allowed to humiliate my husband and hurt my sisters. Chapter 1696. In the sky, a tortoise beast the size of a mountain moved. It enveloped the sky above the heavenly dragon sect and the women. It even locked onto the high-level supreme being, Jiang Yinhu. It was a mighty black tortoise, and 2 goddess-like women sat on its back. These 2 ladies were Yun Mingqi and Bing Ruoshui. 2 years ago, they came out of the absolute cold deathland, but they first went to the Lotus Order before returning to the Dragon Gate. Unexpectedly, when they rushed back, they found a shocking change. Under Yun Mingqi's control, the black tortoise was charging towards Jiang Yinhu. Although it was as huge as a mountain, it was moving very fast. That high-level Supreme Being's reaction was also extremely fast. When he sensed the terrifying aura, he instantly retreated. At the same time, the huge blade in his hand slashed out in a certain direction. His attack wave was enough to kill any opponent below the Supreme Being level. However, this power was insignificant to the black tortoise. It was a being at the peak of the 11th level and a divine beast known for its defense. Even the dragon scales of a true dragon couldn't compare to the defense of its dark armor. It roared and shot a water column into the sky, catching up to Jiang Yinhu and exploding. At the crucial moment, Jiang Yinhu summoned his sacred beast protector and placed it at the front. Boom! The sacred beast in front of Jiang Yinhu was hit by the water column and immediately split into pieces, turning into a pool of blood that splattered everywhere. Jiang Yinhu was sent flying thousands of meters away. His divine body felt like it was about to explode, and he spat out blood. He stared at the black tortoise in front of him with widened eyes and couldn't help but yell, "Quick! Someone, there's a black tortoise here." He knew that the dragon-gazing mountain range was the resting place of the golden dragon, but he didn't expect to see another legendary divine beast, the black tortoise, here. Moreover, this wasn't an ordinary black tortoise, but one that was at the peak level. It was an old tortoise that was comparable to the 2 old Dragon King. This was really unexpected. Jiang Yinhu's cry indeed attracted quite a number of Fiend Tiger Clan's people's attention. Jiang Dian was the first to give up on the others and dashed toward the black tortoise. The foundation of this dragon gate is truly extraordinary. They even have a divine beast, the black tortoise. Could it be that the people from the black tortoise sect have come to help? Jiang Dian pondered. However, before he could rush over, the black tortoise had already released its aura and crushed Jiang Yinhu into minced meat. There was almost no chance of survival. When the maidens and the others saw Yun Mingqi and Bing Ruoshui in the air, a look of joy appeared on their faces. "It's Sister Mengqi. She's back." Bai Yushi was the first to cry out. "Even if she comes back, she can't change the fact. Let's protect father and mother and leave together," Luo Ming said from the side. The others all consumed medicinal pills to recover from their injuries, and they reluctantly gathered together and retreated. By then, Yun Mingxi had already ordered the black tortoise to charge at Jiangdian. She and Bing Ruoshui flew towards the women. Bing Ruoshui also summoned her holy beast protector. It was a four-winged ice sculpture at the middle of level 11. With her current strength, of course, she couldn't subdue such a powerful four-winged ice sculpture. However, with the black tortoise, it wasn't a problem. "Father, mother, sisters, hurry up. I'll take you away." Bing Ruoshui ordered the four-winged ice sculpture to descend and shouted at the others. The others didn't hesitate and climbed onto the ice sculpture's back. However, Cruel Leopard, Yunfeng, Mad Tooth, and the others didn't go up. They wanted to stay and buy time for them. However, before the four-winged ice sculpture could escape, the Devil Tiger clan's holy beasts surrounded it, making it unable to immediately break out of the encirclement with the girls. Fortunately, the four-winged ice sculpture was extremely fast. It could still tangle with the three holy beasts, so it wasn't killed immediately. However, it couldn't go on like this. Not long after, they would all die. Yun Mingqi had already advanced to the incipient god realm. Finally, she launched a powerful attack. She used a mysterious sword technique to attack one of the holy beasts. The sky-filling water waves and the sword light carried an extreme origin energy. Its power wasn't any weaker than the power of a low-level supreme being. This was especially true for the frigid waves. When they came into contact with the Saint Beast's physical body actually started to corrode. After several screeches, the holy beast melted into its skeleton and died. Yun Mingqi didn't stop after her successful attack. She immediately cooperated with the four-winged ice sculpture to attack another holy beast. Yun Mingqi was graceful, and her swordsmanship was excellent. The water waves she slashed out had a different deep blue color. At the same time, they contained a terrifying death chi. Surprisingly, it was a different kind of origin energy. It was the absolute cold dead water of the absolute cold dead land. Yun Mingqi and Bing Ruoshui entered this forbidden area and almost died inside. Luckily, they had great opportunities and obtained great fortunes. Especially Yun Mingqi, who had obtained the black tortoise's approval and absorbed the absolute cold death water's energy, gaining extraordinary strength. It was just a pity that the tens of people from the Devil Tiger clan were all very powerful. Another two of them charged towards them. "You two should be Ling Zhao's women, right? I've already inquired about it. Medicine godlings' wives and concubines all look like fairies. Now it seems that the rumors are true. Today, I'll capture you two and make you all into prostitutes." I believe that Ling Zhao's expression will be very interesting when he hears this news. A peak intermediate stage supreme being of the Demon Tiger clan rushed over and laughed. He was a person who specialized in collecting all kinds of information. He had already studied everything about Ling Xiao. Previously, Ling Xiao led the Demon Tiger tribe to destroy their ancestral land. He was one of the lucky ones who escaped. Because of this, he hated Ling Xiao to the core. Another middle-level supreme being came with him. The two of them, together with two sacred beasts, had already trapped the four-winged ice sculpture and Yun Mingqi. Yun Mingqi shouted, "All of you will definitely die a horrible death." She wanted to summon the black tortoise, but the black tortoise couldn't kill Jiangdian and the black demon tiger king in a short period of time. "Hee, we will die a horrible death, but you will be better off dead than alive." The middle-level supreme being sneered. At the same time, they attacked Yun Mingqi and the four-winged ice sculpture, trying to capture them all alive. Even though Yun Mingqi had the absolute cold dead water to increase her strength, the gap between them was still too big. She couldn't even withstand two attacks from the opponents before she was severely injured. As for the four-winged ice sculpture, blood splashed everywhere. Its body swayed and flung the women away. It was afraid that it would be killed in a few more attacks. Everyone's faces were ashen. They knew that it was time for them to die. They were ready. Even if they had to self-detonate, they couldn't let them capture them. If they did, they would only be humiliated to death. Even if I die, I won't let you get what you want. Although Ji Beixin had a gentle personality, her heart was unyielding. She wanted to self-detonate on the spot after she said that. However, a powerful force shrouded her and sealed her, making it hard for her to use her energy. In front of us, you don't even have the right to self-detonate. The middle-level Supreme Being sneered. Just as the two Supreme Being incipient God Realm experts were about to capture them, a beam of golden light shot down from the sky. This beam of golden light was extremely terrifying. It was like a heavenly pillar crashing down with the power of millions of caddies. It could shatter the galaxy and destroy all living things. The two Supreme Being incipient God Realm experts were frightened. They raised their divine weapons to block it, but they were still blown away by this beam of golden light. Several figures dashed over from a distance. Beams of golden light floated around them, flashing with an extremely powerful aura. You guys should retreat for now. I'll deal with them. A cold voice arose. The women looked at the person who had saved them and found that it was a man who looked like an ape. The ape's fur on his body shone with golden light. He wore a golden headband and held a golden stick in his hand. He wore a golden armor and an extremely cold aura rippled. Wasn't he Yuan Zhantian, the one who had parted ways with Ling Xiao on the East Territory Road? Who else could it be? Several holy beasts came back with him. They were the Monkey King and the Ape King. They weren't the ones who had left the heaven area with him. They were the helpers that Yuan Zhantian had found in outer space. He had the bloodline of a sacred battle ape. He could subdue tens of thousands of monkeys and apes. Now, he had become a real sacred battle ape. His strength had soared from the initial low-level Supreme Being to the peak of mid-level Supreme Being. With his battle prowess, he could even put up a fight against a high-level Supreme Martial Artist. Moreover, he had two high-level 11th-level Monkey King and Ape King behind him. They were more than enough to protect Ling Xiao and his women. That's great. With Brother Yuan back, we're saved. Yi Yunfeng couldn't help but exclaim. Don't celebrate too early. He can protect us, but don't forget that terrifying existence up there. Cruel Leopard poured cold water on them. Yuan Zhantian and his holy beasts quickly killed the two mid-level Supreme Beings and the holy beasts. However, up in the sky, the Eternal God had almost killed all the Supreme Being incipient God Realm experts and the holy beasts. A lot of blood mist burst out. Screams and screams rang out from time to time. The power of the demon cloud black hole was endless. Each black hole was hard to destroy. From time to time, a demonic palm appeared. The Supreme Being incipient God Realm experts and the holy beasts couldn't resist it at all. The two old Dragon King had also tried their best. Their bodies were covered in blood, but they could only restrain the Black Demon Tiger Emperor. In this battle, the Kim people and the Dragon Gate had suffered a great loss. If this continued, they would definitely be erased from the heaven area. Right at this moment, a cluster of golden fiendish light floated over from outer space. This cluster of golden fiendish light had the shape of a dragon. Its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had crossed a great distance and arrived at the outer space of the heaven area. Chapter 1697. Outside the heaven realm, the golden fiendish chi surged endlessly. Every strand of golden fiendish chi was enough to destroy any tough divine metal. This was the sharpest force in the outer realm, one of the most primordial powers. This golden fiendish chi surged over from a faraway place. It was like the shadow of a golden dragon that was hundreds of thousands of meters long. It looked majestic and magnificent. When this golden fiendish chi descended in front of the heaven realm, it all shrank, and all the golden rays disappeared. Finally, an enormous primordial dragon was revealed. Its horns were sharp, and its scales were gleaming. Its claws were deep, and its tail was long. It looked mighty and intimidating, and its imperial might was boundless. A young man dressed in golden robes stood on its head. He looked resolute, and his bearing was dignified. He exuded a dignified aura without being angry. He gave off an invisible pressure that could make people want to worship him. The young man frowned and immediately ordered, "Damn it, I'm a step too late. Dragon, charge in and kill all the bastards of the Demon Tiger clan." The primordial dragon also sensed the danger that the dragons were in. It immediately roared and charged into the heaven realm with its huge body. The primordial dragon's continuous roars caused the 9 heavens in the heaven realm to collapse. Many astral winds and turbulence rushed in from the outer realm. Everyone in the sky dragon domain felt this terrifying pressure. They were so frightened that they looked for a place to hide. The eternal god of the Demon Tiger clan, who was slaughtering the Kim people and the members of the Dragon Gate, was hit head-on. The demon cloud black hole collapsed in the blink of an eye. "What? You dare to threaten my dragon emperor?" The eternal god of the Demon Tiger clan exclaimed softly. This person was an ancestor-level figure of the Demon Tiger clan. He was a monstrous genius from the same generation as Ling Taichu. His name was Jianghu, and he was once in the top 10 of the sovereign ranking. He retracted all the demon cloud black hole and looked at the primordial dragon that charged in. His eyes narrowed, and a hint of jealousy flickered in his eyes. He shouted, "I didn't expect this guy to reach this step. But it's a good chance for me to test my true strength. How dare you slaughter our Kim people? None of you will escape today." When the young man saw the scene of blood flowing like a river, his expression changed drastically. He let out an angry roar and pointed his 10 fingers towards the Devil Tiger clan members below. Swoosh! Beams of gold ghost finger light crossed the sky. In just a blink of an eye, they stopped the incipient God Realm experts of the Demon Tiger tribe who were fighting against Kim people and Dragon Gate. Bang! A series of shocking explosions rang out. The Devil Tiger clan's people did not even have the chance to scream before their divine bodies directly exploded and died. Just as the young man was about to attack again, Jianghu made his move. A demonic cloud surged forward and blocked all the golden finger lights. "Ling Taichu, your opponent is me." Jianghu held the tiger hui in his hand and stood in front of the young Kim people. The young man who came back from Kim people was Ling Taichu, a famous character on the supreme list of the Kim people who had disappeared for tens of thousands of years. He was also Ling Taimeng's big brother. "Big brother, he's back?" Ling Taimeng was hurt badly. He screamed with tears in his eyes. "Taichu forefather! It's Taichu forefather! We're saved!" Ling Bo couldn't help but scream. The other incipient God Realm experts of the Kim people who hadn't died had also heard about Ling Taichu's legends. They all looked thrilled. The Demon Tiger tribe's warriors were flustered. They had lost 10 incipient God Realm experts in just a blink of an eye. They could imagine how intimidating their forefather was. "Retreat now." Jiang Dian was worthy of his reputation as a hero of his generation. He knew that the situation wasn't right. He ordered immediately. The remaining Devil Tiger clansmen immediately gathered together and hid behind Jianghu. The warriors of the Kim people and Dragon Gate didn't have the ability to stop them. In this battle, they had lost more than half of their warriors. Dragon Gate was destroyed. Many of their disciples were killed or wounded. The loss was so severe. Demon Tiger tribe, good. You're good. Today, none of you should think about running away. Someday I, Ling Taichu, will slaughter your entire Demon Tiger tribe. Ling Taichu thundered with rage. He turned into a beam of murderous gold aura. 10,000 beams of murderous gold aura shot towards Jianghu like a golden spear. Each beam of murderous gold aura was sharp enough to cut any kind of divine iron. The murderous gold spear shadows filled the sky. Their power wasn't weaker than the black hole of the demon cloud. They were even more intimidating. Jianghu screamed in fear. The black hole of the demon cloud reappeared, covering the gold light in the sky. Rumble! Rumble! The two most terrifying forces from the outer realms collided here, and the destructive power they created was terrifying and frightening. This side of the 9 heavens was directly pierced through, and countless spaces were in disorder. Many of the spatial formations in the heavenly dragon domain were disrupted, and none of them were able to transmit anything. Those who were in the midst of doing so had tragically fallen into spatial cracks and disappeared. As for the demon tiger tribe supremes under Jianghu Wang's protection, a dozen of them were killed by the murderous gold aura that pierced through the demon cloud. Jiang Dian and the others panicked. They were afraid that their eternal god wouldn't be able to protect them. Ling Taichu, you guys go fight in outer space. Let's see who is the real eternal. Jiang Xie Wang roared. He exerted all his strength. The black hole of the demon cloud spun even more violently, forcing Ling Taichu to fight him in outer space. Ling Taichu didn't want to fight here. Otherwise, the entire heaven domain would be destroyed by them. So he shouted, "Don't worry. The one who will lose will definitely be you." Two different spatial energies shot out towards the outer space. Whereas those people from the Devil Tiger clan were also swept out of the outer realm by a lump of black cloud, allowing them to successfully escape. As for the Black Demon Tiger Emperor, it couldn't chase after the two old Dragon King anymore. It had already been chased by the primordious dragon into the outer space. Only the ruins of the Dragon Gate were left, along with the dead Kim people and Dragon Gate members. Streaks of fresh blood spread out, filling this place with boundless sorrow. Damn the Demon Tiger tribe. We must avenge them. We must slaughter every last one of them. We must erase their names from the heaven domain. Otherwise, we won't be able to quell the hatred in our hearts. Ancestor Tai Chu, you must avenge us. Our people can't die in vain. That's right. One day, we will slaughter our way to the Demon Tiger tribe and kill them all. One by one, the survivors swore to the heavens. Those who died here included their wives, children, relatives, and friends. It would be a lie if they weren't sad. Among Ling Zhao's relatives, Ling Zhao's son, Ling Yuewei, was in danger. He was only a demigod king, but he was able to challenge his father, Ling Zhan, a high-level sovereign. His body was torn apart by a casual strike, and his aura was almost gone. Kai Shiyue was crazily pouring divine spring water and divine pills into Ling Yu's mouth. She cried, "Nothing must happen to you. Otherwise, I won't live anymore." It was a pity that her divine spring water and divine pills seemed to be useless. He couldn't even swallow it, and his aura was already like a wandering gas. The other women weren't seriously injured, and they all surrounded Ling Yu with sorrowful expressions. Feng Xianyun took out a small bottle and said anxiously, Quickly let Yu swallow the sap of the undying tree. He can definitely live." Kai Shiyue was at a loss. In fact, Ling Xiao had already given her the sap of the undying tree, but she had actually forgotten about it. She took Feng Xianyun's bottle and immediately poured it into Ling Yu's mouth. Although this powerful life force allowed Ling Yu to recover some of his life force, his body was still invaded by the strong corrosive force. If it wasn't for the fact that the high-level sovereign didn't want to hurt the women, so the corrosive force on Ling Yu wasn't too strong, he wouldn't be alive. The life force of the sap of the undying tree was strong, but it was still not enough to expel these evil things. What should we do? If this goes on, we'll still die. Kai Shiyue said with tears in her eyes. Don't worry, as long as we force out the corrosive force, you will be fine, Feng Xianyun comforted. Then she said to Yuan Zhantian, Brother Yuan, please save this child. Yuan Zhantian walked over and squatted down to check on Ling Yu's injuries. Then he pressed a hand on Ling Yu's lower abdomen, and a golden suction force burst forth. Then a lot of black corrosive aura was immediately absorbed by him, and Ling Yu's complexion began to improve. Only then did Kai Shiyue stop crying and quickly feed Ling Yu a divine pill. Thank you, Brother Yuan, thank you. Kai Shiyue repeatedly expressed her gratitude. Meng Shiyun and the other women also expressed their gratitude to Yuan Zhantian. Yuan Zhantian didn't say anything and just nodded. Then he looked around and asked with a frown, Where's Ling Xiao? He and Brother Wu Bufan went to the southern region. They haven't returned for many years, Feng Xianyun replied. Wu Bufan is here. Yuan Zhantian's golden hair instantly stood on end as he shouted. Back then he, Ling Xiao, and Wu Bufan were known as the three great geniuses of the central region. However, he, the descendant of the sacred battle ape, lost to Ling Xiao first. Later, Wu Bufan was said to have the chaotic body and was defeated by Ling Xiao by only one move. As for Yuan Zhantian, others thought that his strength was below Wu Bufan's, which made him quite angry. He once wanted to challenge Wu Bufan, but Wu Bufan never took him seriously, which made him very angry. Yes. Feng Xianyun replied. Okay, I'll wait here for them to come back, Yuan Zhantian said in a deep voice. Now, the surrounding area was riddled with holes. The Dragon Gate and the Heavenly Dragon City were almost indestructible. It seemed that it would take a long time for them to rebuild. The periphery of the dragon-gazing mountain range was also destroyed. Many spirit beasts died, and many holy beasts died without a trace. If news of this battle spread out, the entire Tianyuan region would be shocked. The world was in chaos. Chapter 1698. In the extraterrestrial battle, Ling Taichu and Jiang Xiaowang's divine powers were so powerful that they turned many places in the extraterrestrial space into dust. The earth-shattering divine powers clashed, one golden and one black, occupying millions of miles of space. Long cracks appeared in the void that could not be healed in a short time. Golden fiends sky-shattering. Ling Taichu raised the golden baleful spear in his hand and pointed it straight at Jiang Xiaowang. The golden baleful qi in the air condensed into numerous golden baleful spears that pierced through the air. Each of the spears was filled with the sharpest aura in the world. Even a peak-level ancient god artifact would be destroyed upon contact. This was a move that could be formed with a single thought. It was a true everlasting attack. Jiang Xiaowang was still fearless. He drew a tiger seal in his hand and a bottomless black hole appeared, sucking in the golden spear shadows. At the same time, demonic clouds came crashing down on Ling Taichu. However, the golden fiend qi could not penetrate the stars, the sun, and the moon. Not all of them were absorbed. Many of them broke through Ling Taichu's defense and landed right in front of him. Jiang Xiaowang's tiger's seal swept out, turning the golden fiend qi into nothingness. Then he pushed his palm forward. Demonic cloud palm. The demonic palm surged like the clouds, as if the sky itself was collapsing. Its power was endless. Golden Dragon Fist. Ling Taichu clenched his fist and punched out. A golden dragon battle aura roared and tore the demonic palm apart. The two fought in the sky, but their attacks were fierce and terrifying. This was the true everlasting power. I didn't expect you to reach this level on the day I succeeded. However, it's impossible for you to defeat me. Jiang Xiaowang said with a slight frown. How would you know if you don't try? I dare destroy my clan's land and annihilate my sect. Now I will kill you first, and then your fiend tiger clan. Ling Taichu's aura was like the sky. The golden fiend qi changed again. Murderous aura. The golden fiend qi turned into golden dragons. They crisscrossed and formed a magnificent scene of thousands of dragons dancing together. They charged at Jiang Xiaowang. The power of this move was terrifying. It was even more terrifying than the power from before. Jiang Xiaowang's expression turned solemn. He gathered his energy and the demonic clouds surged, turning into thousands of black holes that shrouded Ling Taichu. It was unknown how many rounds the two had fought, but they were still in a stalemate. On the contrary, the Black Demon Tiger Emperor, who was fighting the Primordius Dragon, was clearly at a disadvantage. The Primordius Dragon viciously bit off chunks of its bloody tiger flesh, causing it to howl in pain. Within the same realm, dragons were the most powerful race. They were a race that was born to fight. Even though the Black Demon Tiger Emperor possessed the power of an ancient bloodline, its battle prowess was still a notch lower. Evil Jiang sensed the Black Demon Tiger Emperor's condition and became anxious. He immediately used all his strength to force Ling Taichu back and summon the Black Demon Tiger Emperor back. Ling Taichu, let's meet again in the future. This battle ends here. Evil Jiang said faintly. All the demonic clouds shrunk and the black hole disappeared. His figure had already appeared in another space. Ling Taichu wanted to chase after him, but after a moment of hesitation, he gave up. I'll spare your life today, but in the future, your demon tiger clan will be bathed in blood. Ling Taichu swore. Then he and Primordius returned to the heaven territory one more time. Greetings, Ancestor Taichu, Master. In front of the Dragon Gate, the remaining people bowed to greet Ling Taichu when they saw him return. Ling Taichu looked at the once prosperous sect that had been reduced to such a state, and his anger rose once again. He lightly sighed and said, "Forget it, I will remember today's enmity. In the future, I will wash the demon tiger clan with blood, and avenge my sect's Everybody present shouted indignantly in unison, "Bathe the demon tiger clan in blood to take revenge for my sect's son's son." In this battle, 2/3 of the weak warriors and civilians in Sky Dragon City had been killed. Only 1/3 of them had survived. Half of the Dragon Gate's forces had been killed or wounded. 2/3 of the incipient God Realm experts had been killed. 1/3 had barely survived. All of this was done by Jianghu. He alone could destroy everything and annihilate any faction. If the two old Dragon Kings hadn't burned their blood to buy time for Ling Taichu's return, the dragon-gazing mountain range wouldn't have existed anymore. These two old Dragon Kings were already on their last breaths and were about to die. Fortunately, the Primordius Dragon's spiritual essence was boundless, and it immediately gave them some blood essence, allowing them to barely survive. The Primordius Dragon brought the two old Dragon Kings back to the dragon-gazing mountain range. Ling Taichu didn't stop them. He came to his brother Ling Taiming and took in the corrosive air on his body. At the same time, he helped many warriors who hadn't died from the corrosive air get rid of the pain. They could condense their bodies one more time. Without Ling Taichu, they would have been tortured to death by this corrosive air sooner or later. "Big brother, you're finally back," Ling Taiming said excitedly. "I'm one step late. Anyway, they won't die in vain. As long as I'm here, our clan will rise again." Ling Taichu patted Ling Taiming's shoulder confidently. Pausing for a while, he continued, "Send someone to clean up the mess. My son will go back to the clan to discuss." The news that the Dragon Gate was almost annihilated was spread out quickly in the Heaven territory. Everyone was incomparably terrified, and many people from the various forces began to feel insecure. The Demon Tiger tribe has almost annihilated the Dragon Gate. They've become so intimidating. I can feel that the sky is going to be ruined soon. Yeah, the territories around the Heavenly Dragon City are all destroyed. At least hundreds of millions of people are dead. Almost all the incipient God Realm experts of the Dragon Gate are dead. That battle is earth-shaking. I'm afraid it will be recorded in the history. I heard that the Demon Tiger tribe has a super expert at the supreme level. That's why the Dragon Gate was massacred that badly. Is such an expert invincible in this world? It's the eternal God. He's beyond anyone's imagination. Legends say that he can create the world and everything. He's the strongest God. I heard that the Heavenly Dragon sect was able to repel them in the end because they had powerful reinforcements. Could it be that the Heavenly Dragon sect also has an eternal God? The chaotic world is coming. You guys should take care of yourselves first. Far from the Heaven territory, near a space passage from the South territory to the West territory, a young man was standing on a purple thunder dragon. This young man's eyes were like stars. His jet black hair cascaded like a waterfall. His god body looked dignified. An incomparable aura of a king diffused from him. With a golden spear in his hand, he looked like a god of war. Besides purple, the thunder dragon had some other colors, which filled its body with a primal aura. It was a feeling from the ancient times. It could be called the King of Dragons. This man and dragon were Ling Xiao and the Primal Chaos Thunder Dragon that had just escaped from the Primal Chaos Thunder area. After leaving the Primal Chaos Thunder area, he immediately went far away from the Thunder space. He didn't want to have any contact with the Thunder tribe. He wanted to return to the Heaven territory immediately. However, after hesitating for a while, he decided to change his route. He would go to the West territory first to see if he could meet Black Demon and take the Dark Genesis Source Stone he needed. He didn't need to hide his identity anymore. He rode the primal chaos thunder dragon directly. Wherever he passed, he startled many experts in outer space. After all, the primal chaos thunder dragon's aura was too intimidating and dazzling. Moreover, Ling Xiao was a character on the Southern Territory's wanted list. Many people had seen his portrait. Thus, many members of the Allied forces had chased after him. However, his realm had reached the peak of incipient god realm. His god soul had reached the small realm, just one step away from the great realm. However, the 70 times fighting competence was enough to make up for everything. Thus, along the way, he had collected more than 100 incipient god realm experts as his living puppets to supplement his previous losses. Today, at the intersection of the two territories, it was the place where the pirates appeared the most. Ling Xiao and the primal chaos thunder dragon were intercepted by a troop of 50 incipient god realm experts. These troops were the strongest pirates in this area. One of them was at the peak of the great realm, for were at the high level, and the others were at the low level. They had surrounded Ling Xiao as if they wanted to capture Ling Xiao no matter what. The leader was riding on a mutant level 11 poisonous scorpion. His face was covered, so no one could see his appearance. He was wearing a divine armor and holding a trident. Poisonous mist was constantly swirling around him. Ling Xiao calmly looked at them and asked, "Why are you blocking me?" "Ling Xiao, since you are the god of medicine, why don't you join our giant scorpion gang? I will make you the vice president. How about it?" The leader of the masked men went straight to the point. It sounds tempting. But do you think it's possible for a small gang of pirates like you to recruit me? Ling Xiao sneered. It's impossible under normal circumstances, but it's still possible under the current circumstances. The masked man said in a low voice. At this moment, a high-level supreme martial artist beside him said, "That's right. How can you be a match for so many of us by yourself? Submit to our boss and you'll still have a chance to live. Otherwise, only death awaits you, the lightning dragon, and will slaughter you too. Haven't you heard that dragons are the strongest race? I, Ling Xiao, have never been taken down by anyone. Do you think that trash like you can deal with me?" Ling Xiao said disdainfully. "In that case, let's see what god of medicine Ling is capable of." The masked man said and waved his hand, causing the others to lock onto Ling Xiao. Just as the pirates were about to kill Ling Xiao, a group of people suddenly appeared near Ling Xiao. These people were double the number of people in front of Ling Xiao, and they attacked the pirates at the same time. The pirates were caught off guard and couldn't pose any threat to Ling Xiao. Instead, half of them were killed and the other half became Ling Xiao's puppets. Chapter 1699. As Ling Xiao had reached this realm, he didn't want to use force casually anymore. A supreme expert at incipient god realm that hadn't reached the peak wasn't worth his time. This peak supreme expert in front of him was just a poison master. His realm wasn't stable, and his fighting competence was at the late stage of high-level supreme expert. Among his living puppets, there were 2 peak supreme experts. It wasn't a problem to take down this peak supreme expert. Of course, the opponent's poisonous technique was still a little threatening. Unfortunately, he couldn't resist so many people. Soon he captured all of them. Ling Xiao's god soul had reached the small completion realm. In just a blink of an eye, he had absorbed the god souls of more than 20 people he had killed. Although the small completion realm was just one step away from the great completion realm, the amount of god soul energy needed was tremendous. After Ling Xiao had absorbed the god souls, he felt a little stronger. Unfortunately, it wasn't obvious. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. If I want to reach the great completion realm, I'm afraid I need hundreds or even thousands of god souls. Ling Xiao took control of the others and set off towards the West Domain Road. Although Ling Xiao was conceited, he didn't want the Demon Tiger tribe to know that he was going there. He retrieved the Chaos Thunder Dragon, put on his cloak, and hurried over at full speed. Along the way, he encountered several groups of pirates. Of course, he didn't need to waste any effort to deal with them. Ling Xiao didn't want to waste any more time. He increased his speed to the limit, heading towards the Demon Tiger space. The Demon Tiger space was a foreign space that the Demon Tiger tribe had occupied. They had considered this place as their second territory. They had moved many of their clansmen here to live and cultivate. It could be said that they were the same as the Winged Man tribe. The great headquarters was in this new territory. They had just left 1/3 of their forces in the Heaven territory. Otherwise, why would the Demon Tiger tribe dare to say that they wanted to rule the Heaven territory? When Ling Xiao arrived at the periphery of the Demon Tiger space, he immediately sensed many incipient God Realm experts hiding in this space. They should be the elders guarding the Demon Tiger space. Ling Xiao's goal was to find out the whereabouts of Black Devil, not to start a massacre in the Devil Tiger space. Now was not the time for that. Let's control one of them and check out the situation first. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Then, he let his divine soul doppelganger appear and dashed in a direction. He couldn't even sense his divine soul clone getting close to a hidden Devil Tiger race supremacy. This person only had mid-level Supreme God force. Even if a high-level Supreme God was here, Ling Xiao would not be able to sense him. Ling Xiao had effortlessly branded this person with the soul-locking curse. Ling Xiao began to search through this person's memories, and found out the other shocking identity of the Black Demon. Black Devil? He's actually the old patriarch of the Devil Tiger race? How can this be? When Ling Xiao heard this news, he couldn't calm down for a long time. When he was in the heavenly territory of the Devil Tiger race, when Black Devil was running away, he heard people calling him the old patriarch. At that time, he couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. Now, he knew what was going on. It turned out that Black Devil was the old patriarch of the Devil Tiger race, Jianghu Huang, who had fought against his ancestor, Ling Hongyu. He used to be the top expert of the Devil Tiger race, and he was one of the top 3 existences in the sovereign list. At that time, Ling Hongyu and Jianghu Huang seemed to have died together, but Ling Hongyu didn't die. Apparently, he had suppressed Jianghu Huang. However, Jianghu Huang wasn't completely dead. He had left a remnant of his soul to find Black Devil to seize his body to cultivate. However, he had made some mistakes during the process of seizing the body. Later on, he had awakened his memories. Today, after he had returned to the Devil Tiger race, he had used many methods to recover his memories. At the same time, he had increased his cultivation base rapidly. Ling Xiao didn't need to confirm too much about these things as he could guess them. Otherwise, why would Black Devil be like a fish in water in the Devil Tiger race and be addressed as the old patriarch by others? Ling Xiao suddenly understood everything. No wonder Black Devil's cultivation base had advanced by leaps and bounds. Could there be such a reason behind it? At the same time, Ling Xiao learned a piece of news that shocked him to the extreme. The Devil Tiger race had actually returned another ancestor-level figure. His name was Evil King Jiang, and he had actually become the Eternal God. The Eternal God was a legendary existence. For millions of years, no one had heard of such a figure appearing. But now, such a terrifying existence had appeared in the Devil Tiger race. This caused 1,000 waves to surge in Ling Xiao's heart. Moreover, the other party had led an army back to the heavenly territory to unify the heavenly territory. Moreover, he wanted to seek revenge for destroying the Devil Tiger race's ancestral land. Their Kim people and the Dragon Gate were in danger. Ling Xiao's mind was a mess. How could it be like this? How could their Devil Tiger race have such a formidable existence? What should we do? A character who was above all the supreme experts and incipient God realm experts. Ling Xiao couldn't imagine how intimidating it was. He was afraid that something terrible had happened in the heavenly territory. Even if he rushed back at full speed, it would be too late. If anything happens to my people, even if you're the eternal God, one day, I will destroy your body and soul. Ling Xiao was so indignant. At this moment, he didn't think much and immediately summoned the Chaos Thunder Dragon and many living puppets to the Devil Tiger space. Today, the great army of the Devil Tiger race had moved to the heavenly territory to unify the heavenly territory. At this moment, this place was the most vulnerable. Shi Yan wanted to slaughter everyone here to take the Dark Genesis Stone. Who dares to intrude our devil tiger space? As soon as Ling Xiao moved, a supreme incipient god realm expert screamed in fear. Ling Xiao condensed his spiritual power, and an invisible attack wave blasted directly into the sea of consciousness of the demon tiger tribe's supreme being. The devil tiger race had a secret technique to defend against the god's soul attack. However, under Ling Xiao's absolute power, that defense was useless. Arg! That supreme incipient god realm expert screeched immediately. His god soul was destroyed. Immediately, he turned into a lifeless corpse. The others recognized the strange situation. They immediately summoned their holy beasts and attacked Ling Xiao. However, seeing the great army appearing next to Ling Xiao, they halted immediately. Some of them recognized Ling Xiao. He's that damn Ling Xiao. He dares to attack our devil tiger race. He has some guts. Hurry, go back and inform our fellows to come out and fight. One of them screamed in fear. Damn it. This kid has guts. Didn't our great army destroy the Kim people? He dares to provoke us. He doesn't know how to live. Another one cursed. The others retreated at full speed. How could they dare to provoke so many people? You can't run away. Ling Xiao's black hair fluttered. His anger was cold and his murderous aura was thick. He released his sealing intent domain. The space around them was almost completely sealed by him. The speed of those people was immediately greatly reduced, as if they were unable to move. Even their saint beasts were unable to break free. As Ling Xiao's realm had increased, his sealing power had reached another level. He could seal the entire world now. The instant those people stopped, Ling Xiao held the ice and fire sword in his hand and beheaded all of them in an instant. Heads splattered and exploded. A few divine souls fled in panic. But they were sucked in by the dragon phoenix divine hoop on Ling Xiao's forehead. All of them were taken into the divine hoop and became Ling Xiao's soul force fertilizer. Today, I'll shed blood in your devil tiger race's territory again. Ling Xiao said faintly like a killing god. When he knew that the other party wanted to exterminate their Kim people's people, his heart already found it hard to calm down. Today, he was going to start a massacre here to vent the hatred in his heart. These few years, he already rarely got so angry. The devil tiger race had always bullied others intolerably. Otherwise, he really wouldn't casually make the other party an enemy. He took more than 100 warriors and directly intruded the devil tiger space. He asked all of them to attack at the same time. He wanted to destroy this devil tiger space too. All the supreme experts and incipient god realm experts didn't hold back. They attacked with all of their powers. They didn't care whether there were people down there or not. They wanted to destroy the entire territory. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Countless rays of light smashed down, and the terrifying power could completely destroy everything. Ling Xiao rode on the Chaos Thunder Dragon, looking down and waiting for the warriors of the Devil Tiger race to show up. Indeed, under the continuous attacks, the Devil Tiger race warriors down there panicked. Many supreme experts and incipient god realm experts took action at the same time to stop those attacks. Activate the Great Defensive Formation. Those at the supreme realm, follow me to kill. I want to see who dares to mess around in our devil tiger space. Shouted a peak of supreme expert of the devil tiger race. This man was an old monster from the ancestral land of the heaven tiger territory. His name was Jianghu. As soon as he finished, the supreme experts and incipient god realm experts appeared in different directions. They counterattacked the attacks from the sky. At the same time, they soared up to the sky. Although most of the great armies had been sent back to the heaven territory, there were still more than 200 supreme experts and incipient god realm experts in this area. Their foundation was really terrifying. Under the devil tiger space, the great formations were extremely powerful. They had blocked most of the attacks. Only some places without formations were destroyed by the attacks. Many members of the devil tiger race were killed or wounded. The warriors of the devil tiger race had been waiting for their ancestor to return with the army and announce the good news of ruling the heaven territory. However, today, they were greeted by a wave of strong enemies. It made them shiver in fear. They suspected that their ancestors' title of the Eternal God was just an empty title. Deep inside the Devil Tiger race's territory, Black Demon stormed out of a bloody hole. Blood dripped from his body. Flows of viscous black mist twirled unceasingly. He looked like the incarnation of a demon. His entire body looked so ferocious. Finally, I've recovered my peak power. Black Demon laughed crazily. Battle marks appeared on his forehead. A flow of complete power diffused. In the next moment he put on the divine armor and held the ancient god weapon. His entire body became so intimidating. Then he stormed out of the hole and soared up to the sky. Chapter 1700. There were more than 200 incipient God realm experts in the Demon Tiger space, which was around 70 to 80 more than the puppets Ling Xiao had brought. Facing this number, Ling Xiao didn't have the slightest bit of fear. He originally came with a fighting spirit to kill. He must deal a heavy blow to the Devil Tiger clan. Even if he couldn't annihilate them, he could still give them a heavy blow. Kill them all. Ling Xiao held the golden dragon spear in his left hand and the ice and fire sword in his right hand. He shouted angrily with a murderous aura. All the incipient God realm experts attacked furiously. Ling Xiao's team had the upper hand. Some weaker incipient God realm experts of the Demon Tiger tribe were wounded or killed when they tried to attack. Anyway, Ling Xiao's team was extraordinary. They attacked with all of their powers. Their powers were concentrated and their lethality was tremendous. When all the warriors of the Demon Tiger tribe got out, they had stopped the casualties. Who dares to attack in my Demon Tiger space? Kill them all. Jiang Weijing rode on a black Demon Tiger king and shouted indignantly. His fighting competence was so strong that he could break many defenses to attack. Old fool, the Thunder Clan couldn't kill you that day. You're lucky. Today I, Ling Xiao, will kill you. Ling Xiao rode his primal Chaos Thunder Dragon and stormed towards Jiang Weijing. It's you, little bastard. You have the guts to come to our Demon Tiger space. Today, even if you have 10 lives, you won't be able to run away. Jiang Weijing hated Ling Xiao to the bone. The ancestral land of the Demon Tiger tribe in the Heaven Tiger territory was destroyed because of Ling Xiao. Moreover, many of their fellows had died. Damn it. He deserved to die. Ling Xiao didn't waste any more time talking to Jiang Weijing. He had already summoned his avatar. Jiang Weijing's attention was on Ling Xiao's real body. He didn't expect that there was another terrifying existence hidden in the shadows. While Jiang Weijing was about to attack, Ling Xiao's God Soul clone had arrived in front of him, using the Burning Sun Breaking Sun Imperial Dragon Kills the Sky technique. Ling Xiao's God Soul had reached the small realm, which was equal to Jiang Weijing's competence. Ling Xiao's spirit attacked with all his might, and Jiang Weijing's body immediately exploded. The torrential flames burned Jiang Weijing until he screamed miserably. The Black Demon Tiger King on his back was also affected. Jiang Weijing was scared out of his wits. He felt as if the God-tier armor he was wearing had completely shattered. He could not block his opponent's unstoppable attacks at all. Jiang Weijing was so scared that his soul left his body. Jiang Weijing bellowed in rage. All of his energy burst forth, strengthening the layers of defense. Many dark attribute energies swirled around, trying to force his opponent away. But right at this moment, the Chaos Thunder Dragon had already devoured the terrifying Chaos Heavenly Lightning and descended, drowning Jiang Weijing. Jiang Weijing's image was completely destroyed by the terrifying Chaotic Heavenly Lightning. Chaos Heavenly Lightning was the most terrifying power in the world. When the Chaos Lightning Dragon was undergoing its metamorphosis, it swallowed the Dragon Ball, and its entire body was cleansed by the Chaos Heavenly Lightning, causing the Dragon Ball to also contain the power of Chaos Heavenly Lightning. This kind of power happened to be the nemesis of the Dark Attribute, as well as the nemesis of all kinds of power. There was simply no one who could stop it. It could be said that the Chaos Thunder Dragon's combat power was absolutely invincible among those of the same level. No matter how strong Jiang Weijing was, he was still injured by Ling Xiao first. Then, he was attacked by the Chaos Thunder Dragon at the pinnacle level. Without any suspense, he died. The people of the Devil Tiger race jumped in fright. They all knew how powerful Jianghu was. He was an ancestor-level existence, and he was the most powerful person in charge of this place. Yet he actually died in an instant. This was simply too shocking to their hearts. It's that bastard Ling Xiao and that Chaos Thunder Dragon. Everybody, attack them with all of your power. Kill them first, screamed a high-grade supreme expert. Ling Xiao's divine soul doppelganger had already hidden beside him. The Imperial Dragon Heaven-destroying incantation mercilessly struck out and killed the man. Although the Devil Tiger race's warriors were frightened, they knew that they couldn't retreat at this moment of life and death. Many of them stormed towards Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao had the Chaos Thunder Dragon, the strongest defense here. It had guided the terrifying chaotic heavenly lightning to bombard everywhere. Those incipient God Realm experts of the Devil Tiger race couldn't endure it. They screamed and screamed unceasingly. None of the people who stayed behind to guard this place were particularly powerful. Moreover, the Chaos Thunder Dragon was simply too powerful. It was simply impossible for them to stop it. Ling Xiao's God Soul returned to his real body. He used the power of his God Soul to attack the other members of the Devil Tiger race. His God Soul divided into 5 parts. 5 flows of soul energy condensed into the ice and fire swords and the golden dragon spear, aiming at the sea of consciousness of the 5 incipient God Realm experts. The continuous screeching had almost destroyed their God Souls. The Chaos Thunder Dragon cooperated with them. Its tail swept across and smashed their God bodies. They couldn't even keep their heads. Only the remnants of their God Souls flew out of their bodies. Eventually, Ling Xiao's Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop swept away all of their soul energy. Not even a drop of it was left. Ling Xiao rode the Chaos Thunder Dragon as if he was invincible. One of them used soul energy to attack while the other dragon cooperated to destroy the opponent's god bodies. In just a few blinks of an eye, more than 10 people had lost their lives to their attacks. Ling Xiao didn't care about the battle of the other incipient God Realm experts. Even if all of his living puppets were killed, he didn't care. He just wanted to use all of his energy to kill the warriors of the Devil Tiger race. However, right at this moment, another dragon roar was heard. This dragon roar was only slightly weaker than the chaotic lightning dragon's roar, but its impact was not weak. Black Demon rode a black dragon and dashed over. This black dragon was in existence at level 11. This should be the black demonic dragon that had followed Black Demon in the past. It had actually undergone a metamorphosis and become a true dark attribute true dragon. This Black Demon's luck was not inferior to Ling Xiao's. Apart from that, Black Demon also had a peak-level Black Demon Tiger King following him. This man and 2 saints weren't ordinary. They had killed Ling Xiao's living puppets in just a blink of an eye. Black Demon? Ling Xiao shouted with thicker murderous aura. Ling Xiao! Black Demon's eyes shone with a terrifying light. You murderous disciple! Today, I will kill you on behalf of Cruel Leopard. Ling Xiao shouted in fear. He rode the Chaos Thunder Dragon and chased after Black Demon. The Black Devil did not have any stage fright at all. Instead, he sneered and said, "Who in this world can be the master of the Black Devil? That ant just happened to be here. All of you from the Devil Tiger race are such heartless people. All of you deserve to die." Ling Xiao cursed, and his soul power attacked Black Demon's Sea of Consciousness. However, his soul power attack was like mud entering the sea. It couldn't harm Black Demon at all. I know your soul power is peerless, but it's impossible to hurt me. Black Demon sneered. His palms made a hand seal and shot out a terrifying Black Demon Palm. Demon Palm. The power of this Demon Palm was terrifying. It was like a black space that pressed down on Ling Xiao and the Chaos Thunder Dragon. Ling Xiao didn't need to make a move. The Chaos Thunder Dragon was surrounded by Chaos Heavenly Lightning. With a roar, the Chaos Heavenly Lightning tore the Demon Palm apart. The dragon head shrouded Black Demon. Black Demon was shocked. He immediately ordered his Black Demon Tiger King and Black Dragon to attack the Chaos Thunder Dragon. Eat them all and leave the Black Dragon's Dragon Pearl. Wait for me to cut him down. Ling Xiao leaped away from the Chaos Thunder Dragon, allowing it to fight two enemies at the same time. He was prepared to fight Black Devil to the death and kill him. Black Demon had the same thought. He had a deep impression of Ling Xiao. From the central region to the heaven region, he had always received news that Ling Xiao was growing stronger. He felt that Ling Xiao was like a ghost following him. First, Ling Xiao had destroyed the foundation of his devil sect in the central territory, then he had almost spoiled his plans at the heavenly region fortress, and a few years ago he had even destroyed his ancestral grounds. All of this hatred was enough to make him wish for nothing more than to eat Ling Xiao raw. If you knew how to endure for 1,000 years, you might have a chance. But today you will die. Black Demon said faintly. He slashed at Ling Xiao with the demonic dragon saber. In just a few short years, Mo had already recovered to his peak Great Circle cultivation. He was once one of the top 3 figures on the sovereign ranking, an incredibly powerful existence. His demonic dragon saber slashed down like a roaring black dragon. Its sharp claws tore through the sky and attacked Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao's real body felt the pressure increase. It would not be easy for him to dodge. This old thing's strength is extraordinary. I'm afraid he's even stronger than the Thunder Clan's patriarch. Ling Xiao thought to himself. His divine spirit doppelganger appeared again and shattered the saber's power with a golden fist. Divine spirit doppelganger? You can't hide from my demonic eye. Black Demon said faintly. His eyes emitted a strange light. At the same time, 2 eye techniques shot towards Ling Xiao's divine spirit. Swish. The power of these 2 eye techniques was also extraordinary. They chased after Ling Xiao's divine spirit. Ling Xiao's divine spirit was unparalleled. He easily broke free from these 2 eye techniques. However, these 2 eye techniques were rather difficult to deal with. They actually chased after him from behind. If not for Ling Xiao's real body noticing this, his divine spirit would have been seriously injured. Ling Xiao's divine spirit returned and smashed the 2 eye techniques with a palm. At this moment, Black Demon laughed coldly. He closed in on Yi Futian's real body and slashed down with the demonic dragon saber again. Let's see if your divine spirit can still survive after I kill your real body. Black Demon saw through everything. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao's real body first. Black Demon had already locked onto the aura of Ling Xiao's real body. The demonic dragon saber slashed 3 times in a row. Each slash was filled with immense power. It was enough to split the sky and split the earth. Do you think my real body is so easy to kill? Ling Xiao snorted coldly. 70 times his combat strength erupted. He immediately used the 5 dragons merge technique and charged towards Black Demon's 3 saber lights. Rumble, rumble. Consecutive explosions caused Ling Xiao's real body to be forced back. 3 saber marks appeared on his divine body. The strong corrosion was about to destroy his divine body. Chapter 1701. Ling Xiao's innate Yin wind bead spun fast. Shortly after, it absorbed a part of the corrosive energy in his body. However, he couldn't get rid of the rest. The heaven flame of the demon heaven flame bead burned them all. When Black Demon was about to attack again, Ling Xiao's god soul had attacked him with all of its power. Ling Xiao was using the Imperial Dragon Sky Destruction technique to the fullest. His energy had reached the peak. An invincible aura was released, pressing down on Black Demon. Ling Xiao's soul was like a real dragon in human form. It was extremely powerful. However, Black Demon was also intimidating. He should have some secret technique to increase his fighting competence. His power had climbed to the peak. The demon dragon saber slashed furiously. The terrifying battle continued, and waves of attacks flew in all directions. The battle between Ling Xiao's god soul and Black Demon was so fierce. It was hard to tell who would win or lose at this moment. Ling Xiao thought he could rely on his speed to suppress Black Demon. However, Black Demon had grown a pair of tiger-patterned wings. His speed had also doubled, making Ling Xiao's advantage less obvious. Worthy of the top 3 existences on the sovereign list. Too strong. Anyway, he can't escape death. Ling Xiao thought. His real body flew to another area to kill the other incipient God Realm experts. Ling Zhao's divine soul avatar couldn't take down Black Devil in a short time, but it was also impossible for Black Devil to defeat him. He was waiting for the Chaos Lightning Dragon, Black Devil's Black Devil Tiger King, and the other Black Dragon to be killed. At that time, he would definitely be able to take down Black Devil. The strongest force of the Demon Tiger tribe had gone to the Heaven territory. Most of the incipient God Realm experts here were at high level or below. Only a few of them were at high level. Ling Zhao's real body was invincible. The Golden Dragon Spear and the Ice and Fire Swords attacked left and right. He had knocked down the incipient God Realm experts of the Demon Tiger tribe. Ling Zhao's intimidation had attracted the attention of the Demon Tiger tribe. Immediately, 3 high-level incipient God Realm experts of the Demon Tiger tribe surrounded him. Clearly, the 3 of them had mastered a joint attack technique. They unleashed powerful attacks from 3 different directions, forming a triangular force that pressed down on Ling Zhao. "Let's join forces to kill this brat," one of them exclaimed. When they used all of their powers, the triangular formation was as strong as a peak of incipient God Realm expert. Its corrosive power was enough to destroy any kind of powerful holy beast. If it was the Ling Zhao who had not broken through, how could he have withstood this move? However, he had already reached the advanced level, with 70 times his combat power. The Ice and Fire Sword unleashed raging heavenly flames, slashing the triangular dark energy formation apart. At the same time, he turned into countless clones and attacked the 3 of them. Ling Zhao's divine power already had the aura of primal chaos. His power could be said to be endless. Even though he was fighting 1 against 3, he was still able to suppress them to the point that they couldn't even fight back. He could be said to be unparalleled in the world. "This little bastard is too strong. We can't hold back anymore. Quick, use the formation and kill him." The advanced Supreme Being screamed and threw out a formation scroll. The other 2 also threw out a formation scroll at the same time. The 3 scrolls released waves of mysterious aura. Then, they opened at the same time. Thousands of mysterious black chains sealed this area. God-locking killing diagram. The black chains crisscrossed in all directions, all of them heading towards Ling Zhao. Ling Zhao's speed was unparalleled, but he couldn't dodge the dense black chains. In the blink of an eye, he was bound by these black chains. These black chains seemed to be real. They tightened Ling Zhao's divine body. The strong corrosive power numbed Ling Zhao's meridians and body. At the same time, the 3 divine diagrams wrapped around Ling Zhao. They wanted to refine Ling Zhao alive. Ling Zhao struggled with all his might. However, he realized that the black chains were getting tighter. Blood seeped out of his divine body, making him feel extreme pain. The corrosive power was also filled with a terrifying aura of death. An ordinary Supreme Being's divine body would be completely dissolved if they were attacked by it. Even a peak Supreme Being wouldn't be able to escape easily. The 3 diagrams merged into one and sealed Ling Zhao. The 3 people didn't stop there. They attacked with all their divine power, causing the 3 divine diagrams to become tighter and tighter. Once the divine diagrams merged into one, it would be the time when Ling Zhao turned into a pool of blood. Ling Zhao, who was in the diagram, felt the pressure increase greatly. He cursed under his breath, "Damn it. Don't even think about sealing me." The heavenly fire in his sea of consciousness emitted the most terrifying fire light, burning all the black chains into pieces. He put away the Golden Dragon Spear and the Ice and Fire Sword, and opened his hands. One after another, his unstoppable fists smashed onto the array diagram, causing it to collapse. Ling Zhao's body was already comparable to a top-grade divine weapon. It was much tougher than the Golden Dragon Spear and the Ice and Fire Swords. It didn't take much effort for him to break the diagram. The 3 Supreme Beings were shocked. Their diagram was a high-grade ancient god artifact. It was hard for them to break it. However, it had been shattered by Ling Zhao. They were extremely shocked. Once again, they joined forces and unleashed their ultimate killing moves with all their might. However, this time, Ling Zhao didn't give them any chance. He used the Tempest Body technique and broke through them one by one. He skimmed to the back of one of them and sent a glacier fist towards that person's head. That person was instantly frozen from head to toe. His head was so frozen that it exploded. When his divine soul flew out, it was trembling nonstop. It was obvious that it couldn't withstand the power of the cold. "You guys are still not my match." Ling Xiao shouted and absorbed the divine soul. A dragon-shaped battle chi pounced towards one of them. His figure flashed again and he appeared in front of another person. With a series of attacks, that person's divine body was beaten to a pulp. It was difficult for him to reform his body. His spirit was naturally accepted by Ling Xiao without the slightest bit of anger. The other person was entangled by the dragon-shaped battle chi. However, he also sensed the aura of his companion's death. Without thinking, he broke free from the dragon-shaped battle chi and rushed towards other places where there were more demon tigers. "Hurry up and kill this Ling Xiao. As long as he's dead, the others won't be enough." That person roared. He wanted to summon an army to surround and kill Ling Xiao. However, before he could finish speaking, a dragon-shaped battle chi pounced towards him from behind. The dragon's claws tore his divine body into two halves. Blood splattered everywhere. This person also died a violent death without any exception. The other demon tigers rushed over. More than a dozen of them joined forces to attack Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao relied on his speed and absolute strength to fight them alone. He didn't show the slightest bit of fear. On the other side, the battle between Ling Xiao's divine soul and Mo had already entered a white-hot stage. Both of them were filled with killing intent. Ling Xiao's divine soul glowed with five-colored divine light. His battle prowess was fierce and invincible. Meanwhile, Mo was like a demon in the human world. He had inexhaustible battle prowess. Both of them had used their trump cards. Both of them were heavily injured, but no one was able to do anything to the other. "You little B** starred. I didn't expect that you've already advanced to this level after all these years. Today, you can't be left alive." Mo said faintly. His figure separated, and four Mo appeared in an instant. "Doppelganger technique? Is it useful against me?" Ling Xiao sneered and also used the limitless body void art to attack Mo. "Hee, that's a fake doppelganger technique of yours. This is a real doppelganger technique of mine." Mo sneered. The five of them held different ancient divine artifacts in their hands and started to surround and kill Ling Xiao. These four doppelganger techniques were actually the same as the real body. They had absolute battle prowess. Moreover, they looked like they were all physical existences. Ling Xiao's limitless art was completely destroyed by the other party. Ling Xiao retreated rapidly. His green eyes shot out resplendent light. He wanted to see through the roots of these doppelganger techniques. However, when his eyes met the doppelgangers, he couldn't help but scream in surprise. How could they be made of flesh and blood? Ling Xiao hadn't expected that when he looked at the clones with his green eyes, he would see that they were all real bodies. However, the clones were surrounded by a thick aura of death. It was as if the clones were corporeal, but they didn't have any life. It was very strange. However, if they were corpses, why did they look like Mo? Why could they move freely like a living person? Ling Xiao couldn't figure it out, but he didn't have time to think because Mo and his doppelgangers had started to attack him crazily. Earth and Earth fusion. The five Mo figures crossed each other. It was hard to tell which one was the real body and which one was the doppelganger. They attacked at the same time. Dark energy that covered the sky and covered the sun shrouded Ling Xiao. There were saber lights, sword lights, and hook shadows. This part of the world seemed to be controlled by the five Mo figures. The terrifying energy was like five incipient God realm experts attacking at the same time. Their power had reached the extreme limit. Ling Xiao's face became extremely stern. He used the five dragons fusing technique. The five dragons attacked in five different directions as if they wanted to tear the sky and crack the earth. Rumble! Rumble! The terrifying energy attacked unceasingly. The dark energy kept pressing down, trapping and killing the five dragons. Boom! Boom! Although Ling Xiao's god soul had blocked the attack, It was still shaken so much that it made him vomit blood. If it weren't for his abnormal body, he would have been killed. The ancient emperor's divine technique isn't bad. Let's see how many times you can resist. Hamo laughed brightly and then attacked with all of his strength again. 5 equally strong bodies. Each of their attacks was enough to kill an ordinary peak supreme being. Ling Xiao was defending passively. He was in so much pain. He felt so aggrieved. At this stage, he still had the arrogant feeling of looking down on the world. If he had reached the peak consummate level like the Black Demon, he might have been able to kill the Black Demon directly with his 70 times battle prowess. But now, they were evenly matched. Moreover, the Black Demon's strange cloning technique had put him at a disadvantage. Go to hell. From today on, Ling Xiao's name will disappear. Hamo had completely suppressed Ling Xiao. He was ready to give Ling Xiao the final fatal attack. The 5 doppelgangers locked on Ling Xiao. They directly slashed at Ling Xiao with their ancient god weapons. Come on. Let's see who will die. Ling Xiao's god soul screamed in fear. The dragon light flashed and his aura changed. Suddenly, 5-colored divine light soared up. Chapter 1702. Ling Xiao's god soul had long been cleansed by the primal chaos heavenly lightning. His flesh body had reached the strongest level. Moreover, he often used his god soul to enter the primal chaos space to explore its mysteries. Thus, his god soul had long been stained with the primal chaos aura. His soul power and god power now had the primal chaos energy. When Ling Xiao was facing the 5 black demons, he finally used his last trump card, the primal chaos energy. The 5-colored divine light radiated dazzlingly. Ling Xiao's energy gathered to create a primal chaos space. An ancient aura diffused everywhere. This primal chaos space was created by simulating the space in his sea of consciousness. This primal chaos world was able to block the attacks of the primal chaos heavenly lightning. Ling Xiao knew how powerful it was, so he used the power of primal chaos to deduce the space of this world, forming the most powerful defense, blocking many of Black Devil's terrifying attacks. Rumble! Rumble! Indeed, the primal chaos energy was worthy of being the strongest force in this world. It had blocked the attacks of the 5 black demons, preventing them from harming Ling Xiao. The primal chaos space is really powerful. If I use the real primal chaos space, the black demons will die for sure. Ling Xiao thought to himself. He immediately took action. After his real body had killed several incipient God Realm experts, he dashed towards the black demons. At this time, the primal chaos thunder dragon had attacked the black demon Tiger King. The other black dragon was torn apart by the primal chaos thunder dragon. The dragon pearl was taken out. The dragon pearl that the primal chaos thunder dragon had swallowed was stained with the primal chaos energy. It used to be the strongest existence. Undoubtedly, the primal chaos thunder dragon had become a peak existence on the same level as the old dragon king. After it had bitten off the black demon Tiger King's wings, it had triggered a lot of primal chaos lightning to burn the black demon Tiger King to death. The primal chaos thunder dragon didn't have a complete victory. Its body was damaged in many places. However, it could still endure it. It roared and charged towards Ling Xiao to support him. As it charged, many holy beasts that intercepted it were turned into blood mist. Black Demon also realized the situation. He continued to attack, increasing the power of his attacks. The primal chaos space that Ling Xiao had simulated was about to explode. After all, any powerful technique required power. Naturally, Ling Xiao couldn't endure the attacks of the demon tigers at the same time. Chaotic force, it's a pity that it's not pure. I can definitely destroy it. Black Demon cried out in alarm. The 5 of them continued to launch a new round of attacks. At this time, Ling Xiao's real body finally approached. He used the last move of the Imperial Dragon Sky-destroying spell, Tai Chi's Sealing Destruction. The powerful sealing force caused the entire space to freeze. In his Psyche Ocean, the innate In Wind bead and the evil demonic Heavenly Fire bead flew out at the same time, intertwining with each other to form a black and red millstone. Chaos Spirit Flame Dragon Chen's Primal Demon. Yang Spirit Energy and Chaos Ling Shao Spirit and Ling Emperor Flame. Ling Spirit Energy and Spirit. The Yin and Yang energy combined to form a completely different destructive power. The Dark Demon Avatar wanted to dodge, but it was unable to move. It was directly hit by the disc formed by the two sky fire beads. Boom boom boom. Two heavenly fire beads were used as offensive weapons. This was the hardest divine weapon in the world to defend against. The Black Demon's clone was blasted to smithereens. It was also at this moment that the other 4 Black Demons finally broke free from the seal. Bastard, how dare you destroy one of my clones? I want you to die a horrible death. The Black Demon cursed. 2 clones attacked Ling Zhao's real body. Every clone represented one of his lives. They were the real bodies that he had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. Now that they were controlled by his divine soul clone, they were equivalent to 5 of his real bodies. They were his strongest trump cards. Every time a clone was destroyed, it was equivalent to weakening a portion of his strength, so it naturally caused him to be extremely annoyed. Who knows who will die a horrible death? Ling Shao laughed coldly. He activated the Primal Chaos Space in his Primal Chaos Space. Swoosh! The real Primal Chaos Space appeared. It instantly enveloped the surrounding space. When the 2 Black Devils were trapped in the Primal Chaos world, they became extremely panic-stricken. What? This is the power of Primal Chaos. How can there be so much of it? The Black Demon shouted. The power of Primal Chaos was the most powerful force in the universe. It was the source of creation and the root of destruction. Anyone would want to encounter the power of Primal Chaos and refine it. This was a great opportunity for any martial artist. The power of Primal Chaos was hard to find. Not everyone could encounter it. However, Ling Shao was able to create the power of a real Primal Chaos space. This shocked the Black Demons. I'll let you have a taste of the power of the Primal Chaos space. Ling Shao said faintly. He started to send his divine will into the Primal Chaos space. The power of Primal Chaos space immediately took on all kinds of attack shapes. There were spears, swords, sabers. Each attack shape was filled with destructive power of Primal Chaos. They rushed toward the 2 Black Demons. The Black Demons exploded with their strongest power. They kept blocking the power of Primal Chaos space. At the same time, they tried to rush out of the Primal Chaos space. However, the power of Primal Chaos space was endless. It was accompanied by a lot of Primal Chaos heavenly lightning. The 2 Black Demons could not escape at all. They screamed in pain. They could not withstand the attacks of the power of Primal Chaos and heavenly lightning. Ever since the Primal Chaos space appeared in the Primal Chaos heavenly lightning, Ling Shao had a new understanding of it. Perhaps it was not only a world power that could create life. It could also be used as a destructive world power to attack. Ling Shao realized that he could completely control the changes in the Primal Chaos space with his divine will. It was as if the Primal Chaos space was a world under his control. He was the master of this place. Here, he was the emperor, and no one could go against his will. Apart from the attack shapes and the heavenly lightning, the creatures also pounced toward the 2 Black Demons as if they had a life of their own. The Black Demons were still powerful here. However, how could they compare to the power of the Primal Chaos world that could block the Primal Chaos heavenly lightning in the Primal Chaos lightning territory? Soon, the power of Primal Chaos space smashed the 2 Black Demons into powder. They no longer existed. Black Demon's real body and clone wanted to rescue them. However, they were stopped by Ling Zhao's God Soul. At this time, the Primal Chaos Lightning Dragon also attacked. Black Demon was immediately at a disadvantage. As long as Ling Shao and the Primal Chaos Lightning Dragon worked together, Black Demon would lose without a doubt. The Black Demon and his doppelganger merged together in an instant, afraid that his other doppelganger would be completely destroyed. You can use Space World Attack? How is it possible? Your realm is still at the Supreme Incipient God realm. Black Demon retreated as he shouted in disbelief. He had seen Evil Jianghu's power. It was the power of the Eternal God. It was another absolute domain. However, Ling Xiao was only at the supreme incipient god realm. How could he have such terrifying power? Black Demon couldn't figure it out. He didn't dare to think further. He thought that Ling Xiao had touched the edge of the eternal god realm. He couldn't deal with him anymore. He hurried to retreat. He didn't want to be besieged by Ling Xiao and the primal chaos lightning dragon. In the other direction, Ling Xiao's living puppets were reduced sharply. Many of the supreme incipient god realm experts of the demon tiger tribe were killed. After all, the strongest few of the devil tiger race had already been killed by Ling Xiao, and there were still 2 or 3 peak supreme beings by Ling Xiao's side. Although the number of supreme beings was small, both sides had suffered great losses. However, the demon tiger tribe still had the upper hand in terms of numbers. They had around 100 warriors. Moreover, they had summoned a large number of black demon tigers. Their aura wasn't weakened. Black Demon retreated to their side and asked many members of the demon tiger tribe to besiege and kill Ling Xiao. If you have the guts, continue to kill. The eternal god of our tribe is on his way back. He will be back soon. Your time of death has come. Black Demon screamed in fear. Regardless of whether the news was true or not, Ling Xiao was still shocked. Ling Xiao couldn't guess what realm the eternal god had reached. However, a character that appeared once in a million years shouldn't be ordinary. Otherwise, how could he dare to lead the army to unify the heaven territory? If the other came back, he and the primal chaos lightning dragon couldn't stop him. Black Demon, are you afraid? The old chief of the demon tiger tribe is a coward. Do you think that I will let you go if you mention the eternal god? It's impossible. Ling Xiao screamed in fear. He controlled the chaos world to chase after Black Demon. His clone and the primal chaos lightning dragon also chased after him. They didn't care about the other members of the demon tiger tribe. Killing Black Demon and taking the Genesis Stone was the most important thing. Perhaps, after collecting all 9 Genesis Stones and rescuing his ancestor, they could deal with the eternal god. However, it was just an extravagant hope. Protect the chief. Let's kill him together, shouted a supreme incipient god realm expert of the demon tiger tribe. He summoned many puppets and sent them to stop Ling Xiao. As he screamed, many more supreme incipient god realm experts attacked Ling Xiao. Even if Ling Xiao had peerless competence, he couldn't kill all of them in just a blink of an eye. Black Demon didn't run away. He didn't want to leave a bad impression on his fellows. Instead, he attacked Ling Xiao's living puppets. Evil King should have sensed the situation here. I think he will come back soon, thought Black Demon. That was why Black Demon didn't run away. Ling Xiao urged his ultimate power. His control of the chaos world became more skillful. The supreme incipient god realm experts he had covered didn't have a chance to resist. They were all killed. He was so frightened. It was the first time he found out that the power of this chaos world was so formidable. If he hadn't entered that mysterious space and couldn't enter the sea of consciousness in this chaos world, this space power would have been Wu Bufan's exclusive world. Chapter 1703. The chaotic world shrouded the 2 incipient god realm experts, the 4 holy beasts, and more than 10 puppets. As long as Ling Xiao used his spiritual force, he would be able to use the primal chaos energy here for his own use, allowing him to make all sorts of attacks. Even the peak incipient god realm experts couldn't resist these attacks. Shortly after, they became puddles of blood. Seeing this, Black Demon was scared out of his wits. At this moment, Ling Xiao's god soul and the primal chaos thunder dragon had broken through the entanglement of the demon tiger tribe's experts and were attacking Black Demon. No matter what happens today, Black Demon, you can't escape. Ling Xiao's god soul sneered. He and the primal chaos thunder dragon attacked Black Demon crazily. The powerful energy forced Black Demon to retreat again and again. You forced me to do this. Then I will show you the killing move of Black Demon. Black Demon knew that he couldn't escape Ling Xiao's pursuit. Thus, he decided to use his last trump card. Heavenly Demon Disintegration. When Ling Xiao's divine soul and the chaotic thunder dragon got close to each other, Black Demon suddenly unleashed a terrifying power. The power of darkness surged towards Ling Xiao, and his body became extremely majestic. It was as if a peerless demon had appeared above his head. A moment later, a shocking explosion arose. Boom! Ling Xiao wasn't prepared at all. He didn't expect Black Demon to explode himself like that. However, the power of Black Demon's self-detonation was really intimidating. The dark power had blown up the entire area of 1 million miles around. Even the supreme experts and incipient God Realm experts around were affected and killed directly. The power of this explosion had far surpassed Black Demon's all-out attack. It was enough to blow up any peak incipient God Realm expert into ashes. Ling Xiao and the chaotic Thunder Dragon were also bombarded head-on. They were sent flying far away in succession. Ling Xiao's God Soul was so weak at this moment. This clone of his was almost destroyed. Fortunately, the primal Chaos Thunder Dragon had absorbed a part of the energy for him. The Chaos Thunder Dragon was not in a good condition either. Many of its dragon scales had been blown off, and a large part of its body was badly mutilated. One could even see the deep white bones inside. The chaotic Thunder Dragon kept roaring and immediately began to repair its body. Ling Xiao's God Soul immediately returned to his body. He couldn't let his God Soul clone disappear completely. He didn't have the 7-soul demonic flower to form another clone. Black Demon is dead? Ling Xiao frowned and guessed. He continued to sense his surroundings. He still needed to find Black Demon's spatial ring to collect the Darkness Genesis Stone. At the same time, he felt that Black Demon wouldn't die so easily. After all, the other party had several clones, so he probably had several lives. Sure enough, Ling Xiao discovered a black shadow fleeing in the distance, passing through many spaces in the blink of an eye. If Ling Xiao wasn't careful, he would never have discovered the existence of this black shadow. Want to escape? No way! Ling Xiao shouted in shock. He rode the chaotic Thunder Dragon and chased after the black shadow. He no longer paid attention to the many living puppets and continued to let them fight with the Devil Tiger clan. Anyway, killing one Devil Tiger clan member was a good deal for him. Although the chaotic Thunder Dragon was injured, its speed didn't slow down much. It swallowed the Dragon Ball, which healed its injuries quickly, and its aura rose rapidly. Damn it! My last clone is destroyed, but I still can't get rid of that brat. Damn it! Black Demon cursed anxiously. His tiger-patterned wings flew rapidly, and he had already reached his limit. However, he still couldn't get rid of the chaotic Thunder Dragon's pursuit. The destruction of his 4 clones affected him greatly. He was using all his strength to escape, but his speed was still much slower than before. Otherwise, with his peak state, the chaotic Thunder Dragon wouldn't be able to catch up with him if he tried to escape with all his strength. Let's see how you escape today. Ling Xiao sneered, and the divine Bodhi bow appeared in his hand. He knocked an arrow, and strands of chaotic energy poured into the divine Bodhi bow. He locked onto the Black Demon's aura and shot an arrow. The divine Bodhi bow's arrow might not be able to do anything to the Black Demon, but it was enough to slow him down. Swish! The divine Bodhi arrow shot toward the Black Demon like a shooting star. The 5-colored divine radiance shone brilliantly, and its aura was enough to shoot down any high-level supreme being. The Black Demon seemed to have eyes on his back, and he cleverly dodged the divine Bodhi arrow. However, the divine Bodhi arrow had the ability to pursue. Once the target's aura was locked onto, it would be impossible to escape easily. You're going too far. The Black Demon sensed the divine Bodhi arrow chasing after him again, and he shouted angrily. The Devil Dragon's saber appeared, and he slashed at the divine Bodhi arrow. Rumble! The divine Bodhi arrow already contained chaotic energy, and its might was rather terrifying. The Black Demon sent it flying, and an earth-shattering explosion immediately rang out. The Black Demon's figure paused, and Ling Xiao and the chaotic Thunder Dragon were already closing in on him. The chaotic Thunder Dragon immediately spat out chaotic heavenly lightning, which enveloped the Black Demon. The Black Demon had no choice but to turn around and slash at the saber shadow, scattering the chaotic heavenly lightning. However, the chaotic heavenly lightning was one of the most terrifying forces in the world, and he was already injured. It was extremely strenuous for him to block it. His body was immediately charred black, and if it weren't for the divine armor, his flesh would have been split open. Taiji's sealing extermination. As soon as Ling Xiao neared the black demon, he immediately jumped off the chaotic thunder dragon's head, and he immediately used his most powerful technique. A powerful sealing intent, and two heavenly jewels converged to form a millstone, smashing down on the black demon's head. The baleful death wind howled, heavenly fire burned the sky, and the millstone destroyed everything. Black Demon faced the terrifying millstone that was smashing down from the sky. His blood was stirred to its peak, and a peerless demonic tiger roared out. He forcefully broke free from the intent domain, and the devil dragon saber slashed upwards furiously. The powerful moves collided with each other, producing an intense explosion. Several different kinds of power splashed out. Just as Ling Xiao's aura was surging, Black Demon was sent flying. The chaotic thunder dragon took this opportunity to spit out chaotic heavenly lightning, which struck Black Demon. Black Demon screamed in pain, and his divine armor was about to crack. He couldn't care less, and he once again fled at full speed. Black Demon, you won't be able to escape today. Ling Xiao unleashed his Tempest movement technique to the extreme, and a series of leg shadows enveloped Black Demon. From time to time, the chaotic thunder dragon would summon chaotic heavenly lightning to attack. Black Demon's body was covered in blood, and he was on the brink of death. Damn it, evil king, when are you going to show yourself? Black Demon shouted angrily, and a jade tube was shattered. Suddenly, a demonic cloud floated near Black Demon, and its powerful aura made Ling Xiao feel a strong sense of danger. What's that? Ling Xiao's expression became incomparably grave, and he shouted. He began to panic inexplicably, as if something terrifying was about to appear in these demonic clouds. Sure enough, the demonic cloud turned into a demon's face. The face couldn't be seen clearly, and only its eyes were filled with evil aura. Uncle, didn't I say not to use the jade tube unless it's a life and death situation? Can someone hurt you? Eternal God Jianghu said. This was only one of his clones, and not his real body, but its aura far surpassed that of a peak supreme being. Evil king, kill this brat and this chaotic thunder dragon for me. He's that little bastard Kim people, Ling Xiao. Our demonic tiger space was attacked by him, and many people died. Black Demon said to Jianghu. Despicable, it's the eternal god, thunder dragon, run. Ling Xiao's hair stood on end, and he shouted in alarm and immediately urged the chaotic thunder dragon to escape. Hey, want to escape? Impossible. Jiang Xiaowang sneered, and the demonic cloud surged, and a black hole suddenly appeared, shrouding Ling Xiao and the chaotic thunder dragon. This demonic cloud space naturally couldn't compare to his real body, but to deal with a human and a beast, it was as easy as taking something out of a bag for Jiang Xiaowang. The chaotic thunder dragon also sensed the danger, and it roared, and the chaotic heavenly lightning in its body was triggered, and the dragon pearl was spat out. Its combat power was increased by 100 times, and the surrounding space was filled with violent chaotic heavenly lightning. Boom boom boom. The chaotic heavenly lightning blasted the demonic cloud black hole into pieces. Is the doppelganger not that strong? Ling Xiao cried out in surprise. But just as his voice fell, a demonic palm suddenly formed, and slapped at him and the chaotic thunder dragon furiously. Ling Xiao and the chaotic thunder dragon didn't have any time to react, and they were immediately hit by the demonic palm. Ling Xiao only felt a terrifying power attack him, and his divine body immediately cracked. The dragon phoenix divine hoop on his head almost couldn't withstand the power and broke. The chaotic thunder dragon's defensive light barrier also shattered, and a terrifying palm appeared on the dragon's body. Blood splattered everywhere, and the chaotic thunder dragon roared in pain, and its huge body fell heavily to the ground. It's not dead yet. This chaotic thunder dragon is indeed a divine beast. Jiang Xiaowang was surprised, and once again he formed a demonic palm and slapped at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't have time to react, and he was about to be smashed into pieces by the palm. The chaotic thunder dragon's dragon pearl was spat at the demonic palm. The power of the chaotic heavenly lightning wreaked havoc, but it was still smashed away by the demonic palm. However, because of this, Ling Xiao got a chance to breathe, and his divine body was reconstructed. When Jiang Xiawang's demonic palm slapped at Ling Xiao again, Ling Xiao had already manifested the power of the chaotic world. Boom boom. Jiang Xiawang's demonic palm slapped the chaotic world, which wasn't too big, and it shook Ling Xiao so much that he felt dizzy. However, the only thing worth celebrating was that his chaotic world wasn't destroyed by Jiang Xiawang. What is it that can actually block my power? Jiang Xiawang's evil face revealed a surprised expression. That is the power of the chaotic space, and it's very strange. Xiong, be careful. Black Demon, who was healing his injuries, reminded Jiang Xiawang. What? This brat actually has such power? I can't let you live. Jiang Xiawang shouted anxiously. Chapter 1704. What kind of realm was the Eternal Realm? Not many people could describe it clearly. Some people guessed that it was the realm where they could create everything. They could create and destroy everything with a flick of their fingers. They were omnipotent existences. Others guessed that it was an extreme realm where they could die from a single drop of blood. They were existences that couldn't be killed even after 100 deaths. There were all kinds of guesses, but one thing was certain. The Eternal God's unimaginable power was beyond everyone's imagination. Just from the appearance of Jiang Xiawang and Ling Taichu, one could tell how terrifying their destructive power was. Jiang Xiawang had entered the Eternal Realm. He knew how difficult it was to enter this realm. Not only did it require exceptional talents, comprehension, and reliance, but it also required absolute luck. If the first three conditions were met, no matter what, it would be impossible to become the Eternal God. The last condition, luck, was the most important one. Jiang Xiawang had entered the black hole space at the end of the universe with the determination to die. After experiencing a narrow escape, he had fused with the black hole space and reached the Eternal Realm. Jiang Xiawang had completely controlled the black hole space and became the master of it. Thus, he became the real Eternal God. In other words, whoever could create their own world space could become the foundation of the Eternal God. This world of space wasn't the power of the world created by the celestial masters or the power of the universe created by the God Kings or the incipient God realm experts. It was the real world that had fused with another world of space to create a real world. Therefore, Ling Zhao's sudden appearance of the chaotic world shocked Jiang Xiawang to the core. If this continued, Ling Xiao would become the Eternal God in the future. If he didn't kill Ling Xiao today, the Kim people would have two eternal gods in the future. It would be a disaster for the demonic tiger tribe. Jiang Xiawang's power condensed once again. His strength increased by more than twofold. That demonic palm became incomparably huge. That boundless power was enough to destroy any stars. Any pinnacle supreme beings would probably be annihilated by this palm, and even their souls wouldn't be left behind. Ling Xiao felt the terror of this attack. He didn't defend passively. He wanted to counterattack. If you want to kill me, you'll have to pay the price. Ling Xiao roared as he focused his spiritual will on the primal world. Immediately, the primal energy started to boil. The chaotic energy quickly condensed, and an incomparably ferocious chaotic dragon rushed out. It was filled with the power to destroy the world, and its might was not inferior to Jiang Xiawang's demonic palm. Boom boom boom. World-destroying power blasted wildly, causing many spaces to explode. Black Demon and Chaotic Thunder Dragon, who were not far away, were sent flying far away. The Black Demon's body cracked, and even his head was in danger. The Chaotic Lightning Dragon was not much better off. Dragon's scales fell off one by one, and its flesh became a bloody mess. Blood flowed continuously, and the Chaotic Lightning Dragon roared in pain. This kid can actually fight against the Diablo King. Is he really going to become an eternal god? Black Demon thought to himself as he quickly healed his injuries. He wanted to leave immediately. He was afraid that if Ling Xiao was really fine, then it would be his death. However, he was very unwilling. It was rare for the Eternal God to make a move. As long as he understood the mystery, he would definitely be able to take that step. Originally, he wanted to ask Jiang Xiawang about the mystery, but Jiang Xiawang kept it to himself. Black Demon was somewhat resentful. He knew that he was the only one who could do it. After hesitating for a while, he decided to sense how this world was formed. The power of Jiang Xiawang's doppelganger attack was naturally not as terrifying as his real body, but its power was still terrifying. As for Ling Xiao, he had a new feeling after activating the primal world. He discovered that after his spiritual will entered the primal world, he seemed to have become one with the primal world. He could control the primal energy at will, and it was not as rusty as before. The demonic palm and the chaotic true dragon clashed, and in the end, the two forces cancelled each other out. Ling Xiao was sent flying hundreds of thousands of miles away, but nothing happened to him. Everything was within his endurance range. The primal world can actually block the attack of the eternal God. There is hope. Ling Xiao said with incomparable joy. Just now, he almost gave up all hope, but now he saw hope again. Brat, let's see how many attacks you can withstand. Jiang Xiawang's voice rang out again, and another demonic palm slapped down from the sky. The demonic palm was like the sky, its might was unparalleled, and its corrosive power was enough to annihilate any living creature. Ling Xiao and this primal world have a kind of compatibility. He felt that he has already truly grasped one of the mysteries of this primal world. His fist danced, the power of the primal world converged into a dragon fist, and once again roared out. With another explosion, Ling Xiao was once again sent flying. This time he suffered some injuries and spat out a mouthful of blood, but he was still able to withstand Jiang Xiawang's attack. Jiang Xiawang was extremely angry, and he continuously slapped several times. Ling Xiao also faced the sky and blasted out a few punches, each punch containing a primal chaos true dragon's roar. Ling Xiao felt dizzy from the impact, and his internal organs were in turmoil. His divine power had already been exhausted. If Jiang Xiawang attacked him again, he might really not be able to withstand it. It's over, this world doesn't need too many Eternals. Jiang Xiawang already knew that Ling Xiao was at the end of his life, and he faintly said, and his demonic palm once again flipped. Just when Ling Xiao was about to receive another palm strike, the power of the demonic palm actually automatically dissipated. Bastard, my avatar's divine sense power can't hold on any longer. Jiang Xiawang's demonic face gradually disappeared, and the demonic cloud drifted away. Then he looked at Ling Xiao and shouted, "Little bastard, just you wait for my real body to come and destroy you. I will eliminate all future troubles." As soon as he finished this sentence, the avatar's divine sense power completely disappeared from this world. Ling Xiao heaved a heavy sigh of relief. If Jiang Xiawang's power could withstand 2 more blows, he would definitely be dead. Black Demon was shocked, and without thinking, he immediately fled again. However, how could Ling Xiao, who had become more compatible with the primal chaos world, let him leave? Today, you won't be able to escape even if you fly to the heavens or hide in the earth. Ling Xiao roared at Black Demon, and his body was surrounded by primal chaos chi. The ancient Emperor Divine technique circulated rapidly, and his injuries healed quickly. He struck out with the primal chaos dragon fist, and a primal chaos true dragon rushed towards Black Demon in the distance. Black Demon was scared out of his wits, and a dozen puppets appeared behind him, blocking Ling Xiao's terrifying attack for him. Under the primal chaos dragon fist, these puppets were like tofu dregs, and the remaining energy sent Black Demon flying far away. His injuries worsened again. Black Demon ran for his life, burning his blood essence to shake off Ling Xiao's pursuit. Tai Chi sealing destruction. Ling Xiao once again sealed a large area of space, slowing Black Demon down. 2 heavenly jewels accompanied by primal chaos energy attacked. The power of this attack had reached an incomparably terrifying level, exceeding the power of any incipient God realm expert. No! Black Demon's pupils shrank as he faced this powerful attack, and he screamed in fright. In the end, he couldn't escape the fate of being hit. Rumble! Black Demon's body exploded like fireworks. The old patriarch of the Demon Tiger tribe, who used to be one of the top 3 existences on the sovereign list, was killed just like that. Ling Zhao's divine consciousness had already locked onto that area. His palm absorbed all the fragments and Black Demon's spatial ring. Ling Zhao didn't even have time to look inside his clothes. He found that Black Demon's divine soul had actually attached to the turbulent astral winds and was hurrying to another place. Black Demon also had the thought of being reborn, so he had already concealed all his soul energy. He didn't want to be discovered by Ling Zhao. Unfortunately, Ling Zhao had the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop on his head. Nothing with soul energy could escape his senses. You want to run? Impossible. Ling Zhao sneered and absorbed Black Demon's divine soul. Black Demon looked terrified, and he begged for mercy. You can't kill me. As long as you spare my life, I can ask the eternal God of my tribe to spare your life. Didn't you notice that your eternal God can't do anything to me? Ling Zhao said coldly. That's because his real body hasn't arrived yet. That's just his divine consciousness clone. You have to understand that the eternal God is the strongest existence in the world. The heaven domain is already under the control of our demon tiger tribe. If you kill me, all of your clansmen will die. Black Demon hurriedly said. Ling Zhao hesitated. He really couldn't contend against Jianghu power. If the demon tiger tribe really controlled the heaven domain, would there still be any hope? However, if he spared Black Demon's life, would he be able to exchange it for the lives of his clansmen? I am the old patriarch of the demon tiger tribe. If you really kill me, your clansmen will definitely die. Spare my life, and I can convince my clan's eternal God to spare your lives. Black Demon said again. All right, I'll spare your life for now. If you have no value, I'll let you die immediately. Ling Zhao finally spared Black Demon's life. Black Demon was already just a divine soul. In his hands, he wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of any accidents happening. Ling Zhao took out a jade bottle and placed the extremely unwilling Black Demon inside. Then he sealed it with a restriction and temporarily stored him inside the medicinal cauldron. Immediately after, Ling Zhao swallowed some divine pills and rushed to the front of the primal chaos thunder dragon. He fed it a few beast cores and then stored it away. He quickly left this place. The eternal god's speed was extremely terrifying. He was afraid that Jianghu would cross the space to chase after him. At that time, he would really lose his life. Indeed, as Ling Zhao fled for a while, the black hole formed by the devilish clouds had appeared in this space. Damn brat, I actually let him escape, Jianghu said with extreme unwillingness. The heaven domain was after all too far away from here. Even with his extreme speed, it took him quite a bit of time. He was truly unable to intercept Ling Zhao. Chapter 1705. There were so many outer space spaces with so many turbulent flows that were full of dangers. In a space with dense wind turbulence, there was actually a young man who was not affected in the slightest. It should be known that these wind currents were enough to blow away any supreme expert or incipient god realm expert. Eventually, they would lose their way and be trapped here forever or be killed by the wind blades in this place. However, this young man was as calm as usual. He wasn't affected by any wind power in this place. Besides Ling Zhao, who else could this young man be? After Ling Zhao had escaped from the demon tiger space, he came to this space and hid here to hide his aura. He was afraid that the god power of the eternal god was too strong and it would find him. Thus, he hid in this space with the wind currents. He had the storm body technique, so he had adapted to the speed of the wind power. He wouldn't encounter any accidents in this place. Quite the contrary, he could use the wind origin power here to recover his competence and understand the power of the wind one more time. Of course, the most important thing was to recover from his wounds and check the trophies in the Black Demon Space Ring. Indeed, as he had expected, there was a big dark source stone in the Black Demon Space Ring. It was the one from the ancestral land of the Demon Tiger clan. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and dark. I'm just missing the light attribute. Ling Zhao said excitedly. As long as he could collect all 9 kinds of Genesis stones, his ancestor could escape. After so many years of hardships, he had finally reached this step. Ling Xiao thought that it wasn't easy at all. Searching for each kind of Genesis stone had made him go through dangerous situations where he had a narrow escape. It wasn't something that ordinary people could do. It was really lucky that he could collect so many Genesis stones. I'm sure the light Genesis stone is in the light space. With my current competence, it won't be a problem to rob it. With the power of my chaos world, it's enough to sweep away any incipient God realm expert. Ling Xiao muttered to himself, paused for a moment, then said, however, if I were to suffer the joint attack of those birdmen at the same time, I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it. I definitely don't have any puppets to help me restrain the attacks of the others, and besides, the Winged Clan is not weaker than the Devil Tiger Clan. They are not like the Devil Tiger Clan, they have already left, which gives me an opportunity to take advantage of. Looks like I have to make a trip back to the Heavenly Realm first before making a plan. I hope that the clansmen are fine, and they are also fine. Otherwise, no matter what kind of god you are, there will be a day when I will tear your body into pieces. Ling Xiao was incomparably worried. The eternal god was too terrifying, and if he was in the heaven domain, it was possible that the heaven domain would really be ruled by him. As for whether or not the Jin clan had been annihilated and whether or not his family had been killed, that was what he was most worried about. Ling Xiao stayed in the space of wind for about a month. During this period of time, he had recovered the power of his divine soul, as well as the damage to his physical body. His strength had once again returned to its peak state. Although the primal Chaos Thunder Dragon was heavily injured, it recovered relatively quickly. In a month's time, it had also recovered to its original state. It originally wanted to swallow the dragon pearl that it had seized from the black dragon, but it was stopped by Ling Xiao and kept it. Every single dragon pearl was incomparably difficult to find. Even among the dragons, there wouldn't be many of them. With such a dragon pearl, he could cultivate another true dragon mythological beast. Ever since the ancient times, divine beasts had become extremely rare, and it was very difficult to see them appear in this world. However, Ling Xiao had obtained dragon pearls one after another and nurtured a true dragon divine beast. He was definitely an emperor of destiny who possessed a heavenly opportunity. On this day, Ling Xiao felt that the eternal god should not have chased him here, so he changed his route and returned to the southern region, flying towards the direction of the heavenly realm. Ling Xiao's heart was burning with anxiety. This was the first time he was so anxious to hurry on the road. Ling Xiao urged the primal Chaos Thunder Dragon to impact the spatial barrier, shuttling nonstop. Even if it encountered some unknown dangerous spatial zones, in order to shorten the distance, he still continued to let the primal Chaos Thunder Dragon rush in for no reason. Ling Xiao brought out the Chaos World, enveloping him and the primal Chaos Thunder Dragon inside. All the dangers of the spatial zones were insignificant to him. The plunderers that they encountered along the way all avoided as far as possible. Even if there were some bold plunderers who wanted to intercept halfway, they were mercilessly insta-killed by Ling Xiao. When Ling Xiao rushed back to the heavenly realm, there were already all sorts of shocking changes in the heavenly realm. First, the Heaven Tiger Domain's forces, big and small, submitted to the Devil Tiger Clan. The Heaven Tiger Domain was completely unified. From then on, everything in the Heaven Tiger Domain was ruled by the Devil Tiger Clan. In addition, the Tianyuan Domain's Medicine Guild was also captured by the Devil Tiger Clan. Many major forces in the Tianyuan Domain were annihilated, and the other forces were forced to submit to the Devil Tiger Clan. In an instant, the Devil Tiger Clan's momentum was vast and mighty, and there were signs of them unifying the heavenly realm. Immediately after, the Devil Tiger Clan's eternal god came into being and descended upon the Sky Dragon Domain. He slaughtered his way to the Dragon Gate and almost obliterated everyone in the Dragon Gate. Almost all the humans and beasts that lived near the Sky Dragon City were wiped out, and the Sky Dragon Domain suffered serious damage. This matter shocked all over the heavenly realm, causing everyone to feel insecure. Later, there were rumors that an invincible existence on the sovereign list of the Kim people had also become an eternal god. He forced the Devil Tiger clan's eternal god to retreat, and only then did he save the Kim people and the rest of the Dragon Gate. At the same time, two eternal gods appeared. This was definitely the most shocking thing in a million years. It was also the appearance of this eternal god of the Kim people that brought good news to the other domains, and prevented the Devil Tiger clan's eternal god from devouring the gospel of the other domains. Many forces of the Sky Dragon domains sent people to the Kim people, expressing their willingness to respect the Kim people, and sent a lot of sacred and divine objects to help the Kim people rebuild the Dragon Gate. They knew that only the eternal god of the Kim people could protect them from being devoured by the Devil Tiger clan. Of course, they didn't want the Kim people to devour them, but they hoped that they could coexist peacefully as before and be satisfied. The Kim people were in a mourning period and they didn't have the time to care about other forces, but they still accepted all the things that they sent. Now that they had suffered too great a loss, they really needed all kinds of material support to rebuild and restore their vitality. In addition to the Kim people's disaster, the Light City flew away for no reason, which was also very surprising. Everyone was guessing whether the Winged Clan would produce another eternal god. Now, all the forces in the heavenly realm entered the most serious state of alert, and some forces even sealed their sects to avoid the world, hoping to avoid this turmoil. If the two eternal gods of the Devil Tiger clan and the Kim people didn't have a winner, they wouldn't dare to act rashly. In their hearts, they hoped that the Kim people could win. After all, the Devil Tiger clan was notorious, and not many forces wanted to submit to them. They didn't care about the situation of the big forces in the heavenly realm. Today, the Kim people were cleaning up the mess and discussing the future. Deep inside the dragon-gazing mountain range, the Kim people's simple meeting hall was filled with the supreme experts and incipient god realm experts. They looked so sorrowful, their eyes filled with the flame of anger and hatred. On the central seat, a young man who looked to be in his 30s sat. His dragon eyes were bright, his body was handsome, and his aura was extraordinary. Ancestor Tai Chu, Ancestor Hong Yu, is still alive, but his condition isn't very good. As for Uncle Woody, he hasn't returned for many years. Ling Bo said, "What happened to Uncle Hong Yu? Take me to see him." Ling Tai Chu was a little bit nervous. Among the Kim people, Ling Hong Yu was the most respected forefather. Chapter 1706. Ling Bo told Ling Tai Chu about Ling Hong Yu's current state. What? Uncle is so muddle-headed that he's willing to protect the ancestral land. Ling Tai Chu exclaimed. Big brother, you know that Uncle is very sentimental. He once wanted us Kim people to move back to our ancestral land. If not for the fact that we don't want to go back, we wouldn't have waited until today. I'm afraid we would have returned to our ancestral land long ago. It's understandable that he's willing to protect our ancestral land, Ling Tai Chu said. Looks like I'll have to make a trip there and save Uncle. Perhaps he's the one with the highest chance of becoming another eternal immortal. At that time, with two eternal immortals in our clan, annihilating the Demon Tiger clan would be a piece of cake. Ling Tai Chu said confidently. When he was growing up, his clan uncle Ling Hong Yu had taught him many things. That was how he had become the Gold Clan's genius and climbed to the top. He knew that his ancestors' talent and comprehension were definitely above his. If it wasn't for the fact that his ancestor had too many distracting thoughts, he might have become an eternal god. Therefore, he wanted to find Ling Hong Yu and pass on his experience of becoming an eternal god to him. That way, he would definitely be able to create another eternal god. Is it really possible? All the supreme martial artists of the Kim people became extremely excited. Their eyes were filled with hope. It should be possible. But, to become an eternal being, one must put himself in a desperate situation. It's a nirvana process that's extremely dangerous. The slightest carelessness will cause one's soul to dissipate. Although Ling Tai Chu was confident in Ling Hong Yu, he also knew how difficult it was to reach the same realm as him. Everyone present fell silent once more. Since Uncle is in the ancestral land, I'll escort you there first. Then, I'll kill my way to the Devil Tiger clan without any worries. I'll make sure that even chickens and dogs don't have peace. Ling Tai-chu made a decision. His dragon eyes were slightly raised, and his 2 dragon eyes were like the birth of a true dragon, causing everyone present to be extremely shocked. It's up to old ancestor Tai-chu. No one present would raise any objections. Ling Xiao traveled at top speed. He estimated that he would only need a few more days to reach the heaven domain. His heart was burning with anxiety. He didn't want to waste even a second to rest, so he urged the Chaos Thunder Dragon to continue flying at full speed. However, at this moment, a group of people charged over from the other side of the sky. The auras of this group of people were extremely powerful. Every single supreme being was riding on a terrifying 11th-ranked sacred beast. There were mutated types, and there were also bloodline types that had been passed down from the primordial era. Every single one of them was incomparably valiant. Beastly roars reverberated in all directions. This pair of people were obviously heading in the same direction as Ling Xiao, towards the heaven region. Ling Xiao had discovered them, and they had also discovered Ling Zhao's existence. What a strong group of gang members! Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Shi Yan had met so many pirates. Most of them were at the incipient god realm, but they weren't really strong. Sometimes he met some high-level or peak existences, but they were pirates from some gangs. However, this group of pirates in front of him was full of energy. Their sacred beasts were ferocious. There were more than 150 of them, which could be compared to some overlord forces. Among these people, Ling Xiao could sense that 5 of them had already reached the pinnacle supreme being level. He didn't know where this force came from. If they wanted to rob him, he would have to run away. What a mighty true dragon divine beast. Is that a Chaos Thunder Dragon? It can trigger the power of the primordial heavenly lightning. I can't believe someone could have such a divine beast. It's a good opportunity indeed. One of the 5 people in the front complimented. That's right, mythological beasts rarely appear in 10,000 years. Not just anyone can subdue them. Big Brother Alliance Master once said that his clan has a true dragon protecting them, but he has never been able to obtain one. This shows how arrogant mythological beasts are. Another person echoed. That boy looks very young, but I don't know where he came from. He actually dared to ride a true dragon mythological beast so brazenly. Isn't he afraid of being robbed by others? Perhaps he thinks that no one dares to deal with him because he has the prestige of a divine beast. Many of the people in the group who were rushing over were pointing at them and whispering. Their eyes were filled with jealousy and jealousy. However, no one dared to attack Ling Xiao. As Ling Xiao saw that they didn't want to attack him, he didn't make it difficult for them. However, the Chaos Thunder Dragon was the strongest divine beast, so it couldn't stand their advice. It roared immediately. The terrifying dragon roar echoed. The Supreme Emperor's prestige expanded in this area. It made the holy beasts in the front panic-stricken. The commotion of the holy beasts scared the incipient god realm experts sitting on their backs. This dragon roar didn't contain any murderous aura. It just had the thick emperor's prestige. It didn't hurt the holy beasts or the supreme experts. They were just frightened. However, it gave the people in this group a reason to make a fuss. B** starred. He dares to scare us. He doesn't put us in his eyes, shouted a middle-aged man in purple, his face dark and sinister. He was riding a purple thunder lion holy beast with a 3-pronged divine weapon in his hand. He looked so fierce and extraordinary. He pointed at Ling Xiao, exuding a strong sense of anger, as if he was challenging Ling Xiao to a duel. I don't know if he's from the Thunder Clan. If so, we should capture him, said an old man in green next to the purple-clothed man. Hegemin, what do you think? Asked the purple-clothed man, who was sitting on a single-horned desolate species holy beast, a golden-scaled serpent. This man's blonde hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were like lightning, and his skin was like gold. His bare arms were filled with explosive power. Vaguely, small dragons could be seen swimming on his arms. He was lying lazily on the holy beast's head with an evil aura. The golden-haired man glanced at Ling Xiao and the chaotic thunder dragon with a strange look in his eyes. Go. Be careful. The blonde man said softly. The purple-clothed man rode a purple thunder lion forward and shouted at Ling Xiao. Brat, your thunder dragon scared us just now. Aren't you going to give us an explanation? Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said, I didn't mean to offend you. I'm sorry. Ling Xiao didn't want to cause trouble, so he humbled himself. Ling Xiao would never provoke others, but if others provoked him, he wouldn't let them have it easy. Is this your attitude? The purple-clothed man asked playfully. What else do you want? Are you trying to bully me with numbers? Ling Xiao frowned. Don't treat us like marauders. How about this? I'll give you a chance. First, surrender to us and join our camp. Second, leave this Chaos Thunder Dragon for me to ride and I'll let you go. What do you think? The purple-clothed man said rather domineeringly. Ling Xiao frowned and said in a low voice, Don't ask for trouble. Ling Xiao could feel that this purple-clothed man was a very powerful person. He didn't seem to be weaker than the chief of the Thunder Clan. This kind of person was just someone else's subordinate. It showed how heroic his hegemon brother was. However, what kind of person was Ling Xiao? He had comprehended the attacks of the chaotic world. In the incipient god realm, he didn't have many opponents. Thus, although these people were strong, they weren't enough to make him flee in panic. Moreover, this place was very close to the heaven area. Usually, no other forces would come here. He wanted to know if these people were heading for the heaven area or not. At the same time, he had a special feeling towards the golden-haired man who was the leader, and the blood in his body started to boil. The purple-clothed man was enraged by Ling Xiao's attitude. He used his peak power to challenge this kid. It wasn't because he thought highly of this kid, but because he thought highly of the Chaos Thunder Dragon. Otherwise, he could have just sent one person to deal with this kid. However, this kid was so arrogant. He dared to say such disdainful words. It seemed like it had been many years since someone dared to talk to him like that. You've got guts. However, it's still not enough to deal with so many of us. Alright, if I don't take down this chaotic thunder dragon and this kid today, I won't be able to vent my anger. The purple-robed man shouted. The four supreme beings stood in different directions, ready to kill Ling Xiao and the chaotic thunder dragon together. However, at this time, the golden-haired man lying on the single-horned golden-scaled snake said, All of you retreat. Even if you work together, you're not their match. Alliance Master, you think too highly of them. Although we're not talented, it shouldn't be a problem to take them down if we work together. The green-robed old man replied confidently. The chaotic thunder dragon is an invincible existence in the same realm. If it activates the Dragon Ball, the four of you will lose without a doubt. Not to mention that there's still a hidden supreme being. The golden-haired man revealed a faint smile. After a pause, he said, Why don't I fight this little friend? No matter the outcome, I'll let you go. Alliance Master, isn't this too high of a compliment for this kid? The green-robed old man said in surprise. The purple-robed man said, Boss, why do you need to fight? We're enough to crush him. The golden-haired man waved his hand and said, No, just the chaotic thunder dragon alone is enough for me to pay attention to. Moreover, this little friend is not as simple as you think. After saying that, he rode the golden-scaled snake and rushed out. Then he looked at Ling Xiao and said, Little friend, let's fight for a few moves. We won't fight to the death, but we won't overdo it. How about it? I don't have that much time. Ling Xiao frowned. Although he felt that the golden-haired man gave him a different feeling, he didn't want to stay here any longer. He just wanted to hurry on with his journey as soon as possible. If the other party continued to pester him, he would no longer show mercy. He would definitely kill them all with the force of a thunderbolt. Well, I understand how you feel, little friend. I won't hold you back for too long. How about we limit it to 3 moves? After 3 moves, regardless of the outcome, I'll let you go. the golden-haired man said in an extremely easygoing manner. He had a lazy temperament, and there was an indescribable domineering aura between his brows. It gave people a feeling that it was difficult to tell what kind of person his character was. Okay, I'll accompany you for 3 moves. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and said in a deep voice. He also wanted to confirm whether that feeling was true or not. 3 moves would be very fast, and he should be able to see something. Then, little friend, you make the first move. The golden-haired man's eyes flashed with brilliance as he replied. Faintly, a noble golden aura rose up and gathered into the phantom of a snake and a dragon. Golden energy swirled around it, and it was filled with a dense, baleful aura. It was abnormally sturdy, comparable to 100 mountains crashing down at the same time, making Ling Xiao feel a strong sense of oppression. It was just a casual attack from the opponent, but it actually made him feel that he could not resist it. This was an incomparably terrifying opponent. Ling Xiao retreated again and again. He used the storm body technique to the extreme, wanting to avoid this golden seal. However, this golden seal followed him like a shadow, and its speed was no slower than his. It seemed that it wanted to hit him no matter what. Icebound world. Ling Xiao really could not get rid of it. He could not help but roar angrily. An icy aura instantly filled the air, and the sealing intent also appeared. Layers of ice crystals began to form an ice mountain, rapidly freezing the golden seal. The sealing intent sealed the power of origin in the surrounding space, allowing the golden-haired man to temporarily control the golden seal. As the golden seal's speed slowed down, Ling Xiao's glacier fist had already smashed down, and his fist directly hit the golden seal. Bang bang! The powerful fist energy, comparable to a top-grade ancient god artifact, smashed the golden seal into pieces. The group of people in the distance all revealed looks of extreme shock. Obviously, they did not expect that Ling Xiao, with his high-level strength, could actually smash this move of their alliance leader. At the same time, they were extremely astonished that Ling Xiao could use this ice attribute divine power. He was clearly riding a chaotic thunder dragon, but what he struck out were 2 attributes, fire and ice. It was really too strange. Not bad, you blocked one of my moves. You can continue to attack for the second move. The golden-haired man raised his eyebrows slightly. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Ling Xiao responded, and began to organize the second attack. He was extremely sure that this person in front of him was definitely a top figure at the peak of the Great Perfection realm. Even if the Thunder Clan leader used all his strength to fight against him, this golden-haired man might still win. This was definitely the strongest peak of the Great Perfection realm that Ling Xiao had ever seen. As long as you are not at the Eternal Realm, you will definitely not be a match for me. Ling Xiao thought to himself. The 6th move of the Imperial Dragon Heaven Slaying Technique, Double Dragon Wind Demon Strike. This move of Ling Xiao's was made with the help of his divine soul doppelganger. This was also to show respect to such a powerful expert. The other party only exchanged 3 moves with him. If he did not use his true strength, it would be too disrespectful to the other party. The Double Dragon Wind Demon Strike, 1 gold and 1 red, intertwined like 2 terrifying true dragon divine beasts roaring out. The 2 golden dragons raised their heads high. Their imposing manner was awe-inspiring and exceptionally domineering. It was as if they were real and intimidating. This is the ancient emperor divine art. How did that kid learn it? The purple-clothed man exclaimed with his mouth wide open. The green-robed elder said, "Could this be a junior from the same clan as the Alliance Master? But he's not a pure metal type." I remember now. I think I've seen his portrait on a certain wanted list. His surname seems to be the same as the Alliance Master's. Another peak supreme martial artist suddenly exclaimed. All of a sudden, they seemed to have figured out many things. Good lad, you should be one of the Kim people's men. Why do you cultivate 5 elements at the same time? What's your name? The golden-haired man asked with great joy. His words undoubtedly proved that he was one of the Kim people's men. Lad, your name is Ling Xiao. Are you Ancestor Taichu? Or the invincible patriarch? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. Ling Xiao didn't expect to meet one of the Kim people's men here. Moreover, he was their alliance master. He was extremely surprised. With the help of this group of people, they would have a higher chance of defeating the Demon Tiger clan and the Winged Men clan. The reason why Ling Xiao guessed that the golden-haired man was Ling Taichu or Ling Wudi was that in their clan records, apart from ancestor Ling Hongyu, these two were the most famous people on the supreme ranking. The power displayed by this golden-haired man was enough to prove that he was one of the top people on the supreme ranking. I didn't expect that after so many years, there are still people who remember me, Ling Wudi. Congratulations. The golden-haired man looked up to the sky and sighed. This man was Ling Wudi, the famous person on the Kim people's supreme ranking. He was Ling Hongyu's biological grandson. He was 1 generation younger than Ling Taichu. Ever since he started his cultivation, he had been invincible among those of the same cultivation level. He had earned the title of Invincible. Back then, many years after Ling Taichu had personally created the Heaven Realm, he had also followed him to the Outer Realms. It was only when he felt the summoning of the clan altar that he returned to the Heaven Realm with the elite subordinates he had gathered over the years. It was also because of this that he coincidentally met Ling Xiao. It could be said that they got to know each other through a fight. Ling Xiao greets the invincible great ancestor. Ling Xiao bowed with sincerity. He and Ling Wudi shared the same bloodline. They were both descendants of Ling Hongyu. It was only right for him to bow. Forget it. I didn't expect a monster like you to appear in our clan. You actually cultivate 5 elements at the same time. It's really rare. Although you don't have the chaotic body, your battle strength is comparable to the chaotic body. Very good.